I turn this way? Or?
Why am I nervous?
Left over right.
Welcome.
Good morning and welcome. The Overseas Examinations Commission is thrilled to partner with NPTAJ and Barita Foundation in bringing you this two-day free CXC and City and Guilds Marathon. At the OEC, we believe that preparation and planning is the key to success, and this marathon aligns with our belief.
Hi, I'm Ava Bigby Edmond, Vice President of the National Parent Teachers Association of Jamaica, and we're happy to be here today partnering and collaborating with the Office of the Overseas Examination Commission to provide our students with this opportunity. 2 days of revision in core subject areas for CSEC, Cape, and City of Guild exams. And I'm going to encourage you through the National Parent Teachers Association. We're all about partnership, collaboration, consultancy with our parents, schools, educational stakeholders to provide and support our students in improving our education facilities. So welcome, be a part of the journey with us over the next 2 days and make the most of this opportunity. We at the NPTAJ conceptualized this initiative of providing for students after Hurricane Melissa. Our relief effort is through education, and this would have been the best opportunity that we found that would help along this line. So we have invited our Caribbean partners through the Caribbean Council of National Parent Teachers Association to come on board and capitalize on this opportunity. I want to take this opportunity to also thank the teachers who have volunteered their services to make this a reality. Join us, be with us for the next 2 days as you make the most of these past paper revisions.
Our first subject matter expert is Mr. Joel Campbell, and he will lead in the area of mathematics for 1 hour and 30 minutes. Do enjoy.
All right. Hello, everyone. I am Joel Campbell, teacher at Arden High School, and I teach mathematics, additional math, and pure math. So today, we'll be going through 2023 CSEC paper. And the first thing that we need to do is read the instructions, because that is what will guide us into this exam. So as we revise to prepare, I hope that you have the mental fortitude and that you take it easy, because math, it can be challenging at times, but when you put your mind to it, it is easy. So let us start. I hope my screen is visible to everyone. So question 1, find the exact value of 5 over 6 plus 2 over 3 subtracting 12 over 35 multiplied by 7 over 9. So now, if you remember our rules, especially the Bomdas rule, you need to be careful when doing this question. So, just to make it easier for ourselves, we're going to bracket these. The 12 over 35 and 7 over 9, so that we isolate what we need to do first, so it is easiest for us. So let's go now. So we have 12 over 35 multiplying by 7 over 9. We're going to simplify where possible. So 7 can go into itself 1 time. 7 into 35 goes 5 times. And then for the 9 and the 12, we can simplify diagonally also by using 3. 3 into 9 goes 3 times, and 3 into 12 goes 4 times. So we get 4 over 5 multiplied by 1 over 3, which will then give us 4 times 1, which gives us 4, and then 5 times 3, which gives us 15. However, we need to subtract that from what we have over the left-hand side, which is the 5 over 6 plus the 2 over 3. So let me try to give a little division here, as in divide it, so it's easier to see. So first things first, we have 2 fractions that are unlike. We need to make them like. So we're going to find the LCM, which is the lowest common multiple, between 6 and 3, which are the denominators. So looking at 6 and 3, we could use 6, and then if we remember our steps, whatever we do to the denominator, we do to the numerator also. So for the 5 over 6, we didn't do much. We multiplied by 1. So that means that the numerator, we're going to multiply by 1 also. However, for the 3 to become 6, we multiply by 2. So we're going to multiply the numerator by 2 also, which gives us 4 over 6. So now when we add 5 plus 4, which is going to give us 9 over 6, and we bring that down, so now we can then take away, so let's carry it over this side. So we're going to have 9 over 6 minus 4 over 15. And again, we are faced with unlike fractions, so we need to find the lowest common denominator or multiple to then go ahead and change them to like fractions, so we can go ahead to subtract. So now 6 and 15. To make this common denominator for us, we could have simplified 9 over 6 to an equivalent fraction. So we'll divide by 3, which would then give us 3 over 2 minus 4 over 15. So then now we're going to find the lowest common multiple, which is 2 times 15, which will give us 30. So then, following the same concept that we did earlier on, whatever we do to the denominator, we do also to the numerator. So we multiply the 2 by 15. So we also multiply the 3 by 15. So if you don't know your 15 times, don't worry, you should have your calculator. So you can simply multiply 3 times 15 to give us 45. And then on the other side, we multiply by 2 to get the 30. So we multiply 2 in the denominator, or multiply by 2 also in the numerator. So 4 times 2 will give us 8. So now when we subtract, our final answer should be 45 minus 8, which would then give us 37 over 30. All right? So now you can leave it like that if you would like, or if you would want to change it to a mixed number. 30 to 37 goes 1 time, which leaves a remainder of 7. So 1 and 7 over 30. All right? So pretty simple. Hope everyone is good. So now we continue. Calculate the value of the square root of 1 minus cos 37 degrees squared. All right? So this right here, we would need to use our calculator so that we are accurate with our response, and then we would simplify or correct to 3 decimal places. So let's go now. So we're going to have square roots of 1 minus, so let's put in our calculator, cos let's put in our calculator the square root of 1 minus cos 37 squared, which will give us a long decimal, but it gave us the instruction to correct to 3 decimal places. So now we have 0, 6, 0, 1. So 601 would be our first 3 decimal places. However, the 8 beside the 1 would then change our 3 decimal places to become approximately 0.602. All right? Because as you know, whatever is to the right, once it is 5 or more, we add 1 to the place that we are rounding. All right? So pretty simple. Is there any questions in the chat at this time? Is everyone good? All right, no questions. So let's continue. So write 0.00527 in standard form. So when we write numbers in standard form, we tend to write it in a multiplication form, where the first number is going to be between 1 and 10, which is not including 10, and then right after the multiplication sign is going to be a power of 10. So let's move the decimal point, because currently we have a number that is not between 1 and 10. So we need to move the decimal point until we get a number between 1 and 10. So we jump once. So we jump once, then twice, then another time to be between the 5 and the 2, because 5 is in between 1 and 10, so 5.27 would be our first number. However, we're going to multiply it by a power of 10, and there are some rules that apply. So now we need to decide whether this 10 is going to be of positive power or negative power. So our initial or original decimal is smaller than what we have now. So that means that our 5.27 is bigger. So that means we're going to have to use a negative power. And the amount of times we jump would be the number. So we jump 3 times. So it's going to be 5.27 times 10 to the negative 3. So let's continue. So here at part C, we have Haresh works at a call center for 35 hours each week. He is paid an hourly rate of $11.20. Calculate the amount of money Haresh earns in a 4-week month. So now, steps that we need to look at. So since it is in bold, a 4-week month, first, based on the information, we need to find how much Haresh makes in 1 week, and then afterwards, we can then find how much Haresh makes in 4 weeks. So let's go ahead and do that. So it was told to us that Haresh works for 35 hours each week and is paid an hourly rate of $11.20. So to do that now, we'd multiply 35 by $11.20. So we multiply the hours times the hourly rate. So hours multiplying the hourly rates. That will give us the weekly pay. All right? So now, let's put it in our calculator since, remember, if we are in the exam, we are pressed for time. So we have to make all seconds count. So 35 times 11.20 will give us $392. And that's the amount that he makes for 1 week. So now, to calculate for 4 weeks, we're then going to have to multiply by 4. So it's going to be 392 multiplied by 4. And again, we can use our calculator, which then gives us $1,568. All right? And you get your 2 marks very easily. So let's move on. So in part 2, it says in a certain week, Haresh works 8 hours overtime. Overtime hours are paid at 1.5 times the usual rate of $11.20 per hour. Find the total amount of money Haresh is paid for that week. So first things first, we need to figure out the overtime rate. So to do that, we're going to multiply 1.5, which you could rewrite as 1.5, and we're going to multiply that by the usual rate, because it is 1.5 times the usual rate. So to find our overtime rate, which is equal to 1.5 times, so I'm using OR for overtime rates. So put that in our calculators. 1.5 times 11.20, which gives us 16.8. All right. So next, we need to find the overtime pay. Because remember, Haresh works 8 hours overtime. So then we're going to find the overtime pay, which I'm using OP. So it's going to be 16.8 times 8, since it's 8 hours that he worked for overtime. So let's also put that in our calculator. So 16.8 multiplied by 8, which gives us $134.40. All right. So that is overtime pay. However, we are not finished. We did not calculate the total amount as yet. So that's the overtime rate. So the next thing, which is the third step, we're going to use his 1 week pay that we calculated in part 1 of this question, which is the 392. All right? Because that is his one week's pay. So let's go now. So to find the total, we're going to add 392 plus 134.4, which will then give us $526.40. All right. Hope everyone is understanding. Any question? All right, not at this time. So everybody is finding this part easy. So let's continue. So number 2, simplify 4 over 5x multiplying by 15x over 16. So now, we are going to simplify diagonally, which is going to help us to simplify as much as possible. So let's go now. So we can simplify the 4 and the 16. 4 into itself goes 1 time. 4 into 16 goes 4 times. And then we also can simplify the other way also, diagonally. The 15x and the 5x have coefficients of 15 and 5, which are able to simplify by 5. So dividing by 5 would have 5 into 5x, which will leave us with x, and 5 into 15x will leave us with 3x. So then we will go ahead and we'll have this 1 over x multiplied by 3x over 4. And just like normal fractions, we would multiply numerator by numerator, denominator by denominator. So we'll end up with 3x over 4x. All right? And that is simplified. So now, solve the inequality. (12 minus 4m), which is less than but equal to 5 minus 8m. So we're going to solve this inequality by making m the subject. All right? So let's rewrite this. So we're going to have 12 minus 4m, and we're going to make m the subject. So we're going to carry the m's on one side, and we're going to carry the constants on the other side. So we're going to move the 8m, and currently the 8m is negative. So to move it, we're going to have to use positive 8m on both sides. So this would cancel, which would leave us with 5 on the other side, and then negative 4m plus 8m would then give us positive 4m. And we carry back down the 12. So now we're still not finished. We need to move the 12 next so that we can continue on the journey of making m the subject. So to carry 12 over to the other side, it is currently positive. So to carry it over to the other side, it has to be, we have to use the negative counterpart, which will cancel, and we do it on both sides. So then we'll have now 4m less than but equal to 5 minus 12, which would then give us 7. Negative 7. So now, to make m the subject, we're going to divide through by 4, and our answer is going to be m less than but equal to negative 7 over 4. All right. Any questions? All right. So we're moving nice and smoothly. All right. So let's continue. So in part C, we have a compound shape where LMN PQR made from 2 rectangles. The lengths in the diagram, which are in terms of x, are in centimeters. All right. So now we need to analyze this diagram so that we can go ahead to answer the following questions. So now it asks us to find an expression in terms of x for the length of PQ. So to do that, we need to analyze where PQ is. So here we have PQ, but there's nothing there. So we have to use our surrounding sides, which are similar and is going in the same direction, which is vertical. So we have LR going vertical and MN going vertical also. So we could subtract LR from MN, which would then give us, so MN subtract LR, which would give us 3x minus x plus 3. So when we simplify this, we will have negative x, negative 3, and we can go ahead to continue simplifying, which will give us 2x minus 3. So that would be our expression for PQ. So now RQ. We're going to do something similar. So this time RQ is a horizontal line. So to help us find it, we're going to need all the other horizontal lines, or horizontal sides. So we have LM, which is horizontal, and PN, which is horizontal. So to get RQ, we could subtract PN from LM. So let's go ahead and do that now. So we're going to have LM subtract PN. Which would give us 4x minus 5 minus x plus 1. So now we would have 4x minus 5. We simplify the negative inside the x plus 1, which would give us negative x and a negative 1. Continue simplifying. We're going to use the like terms, 4x minus x, which will give us 3x. Then the constants, negative 5 minus 1, should give us negative 6. All right? Pretty simple. Any questions? All right. So let us continue. So given the total area of the shape is 414 centimeters square, show that x squared plus x minus 72 is equal to 0. So here we have a little guide. Area of compound shape is equal to area of rectangle A plus the area of rectangle B. So now looking at our compound shape, we could actually cut the shape into two rectangles. So it's up to you how you want to do it. You could do it either vertically, or you could also do it horizontally. So I'm choosing the horizontal. So let's call up here rectangle A and down here rectangle B. And let us fill in the size that we have found, where RQ is 3x minus 6 and PQ is 2x minus 3. All right. So to find the area, similar to what we normally do, length times width. So for rectangle A, it's going to be 4x minus 5 times x plus 3. And then for rectangle B, it's going to be 2x minus 3 times x plus 1. So let's go ahead and write that down now. So for rectangle A, 4x minus 5 multiplied by x plus 3 plus the area of rectangle B which is 2x minus 3 multiplied by x plus 1. All right. And it told us that the area is equal to 414 centimeters square. So now we need to show that x squared plus x minus 72 is equal to 0. So to do that, we need to expand our left-hand side and simplify where possible. So expanding the left-hand side, we're going to distribute. So we're going to have 4x multiplying the x, 4x multiplying the 3. So we're going to get 4x squared plus 4x times 3, 12x. Then next, we're going to multiply the negative 5 times the x, negative 5 times the 3. So we're going to have negative 5x and then negative 15. Then we put back our plus, and then now we're going to expand the other two that we need to expand. So 2x minus 3 times x plus 1. So 2x is going to multiply the x. 2x is also going to multiply the 1. So 2x times x is going to give us 2x squared. 2x times 1 is going to give us positive 2x. And then next, let me use this blue. We're going to multiply negative 3 times x, negative 3 times 1. So negative 3 times x is going to give us negative 3x. Negative 3 times 1 is going to give us negative 3. And all of that is equal to 414. So let's go ahead and simplify. So we're going to look at the x squares, which will give us 4x squared plus 2x squared, which is going to give us 6x squared. Next, we're going to look at the x's. So we're going to have positive 12x, negative 5x, plus 2x, and negative 3x. So when we calculate all of that, 12x minus 5x is going to give us 7x. 7x plus 2x, which is going to give us 9x, minus 3x, which is going to give us plus 6x. And then now, last but not least, the constants, negative 15 and negative 3. So negative 15 minus 3 is going to give us negative 18. And all of this is equal to 414. So now, it gave us what we need to show. So we need to equate this to 0. So we're going to carry the 414 over the other side by minusing. So minus on both sides. So negative 18, and then the minus 414 is going to give us negative 432. So then we're going to have 6x squared plus 6x minus 432 equal to 0. So now we're still not finished because we have not showed x squared plus x minus 72 equal to 0. So we need to look through and see whether or not we can simplify or we could divide. So looking at this, we have 6 at the front. We have 6 here, 6 here. So let us check if we could actually divide 432 by 6. Yes, we can. So we could then divide the whole equation by 6, which would then give us x squared plus x minus 72 equal to 0. And we just showed what we needed to show. All right? So pretty simple. Is there any questions at this time? All right. So I hope everyone is following and making your notes. So let us continue. So now we move on to question 3. The diagram below shows a semicircle with diameter AC. B is a point on the circumference and AB equal BC is equal to 8.2 centimeters. All right? And over here I have a little diagram to help in the remembrance of parts of a circle. So, looking at this diagram, we have a semicircle, and we also have a triangle inside that semicircle, and the two of its sides are equal based on the lines that are on the sides, which indicates that these sides are equal. So if over here is 8.2, the other side is also 8.2 centimeters. All right? So basically you have an isosceles triangle. So now let us see what we need to answer. So part 1, state the geometrical name of the line AB. So AB is right here. So looking at the parts of our circle, the diagram, we would therefore figure out that this line is not a radius because it doesn't go through the center. It's also not a diameter either because it doesn't go through the center. So which other line could we look at? The other line that we could look at is the chord, which stems from one end of the circle to the other end without passing through the center. So the geometrical name of line AB would be a chord. All right, easy, 1 mark. So let's continue. Find the value of the radius of the circle. So, if you remember, this is a little property from circle theorem, even though we're not really doing that right now, but you can apply that little property here, where since this is a semicircle, AC would be a diameter, and the two lines AB and BC is subtended to create an angle from that diameter, which is a 90-degree angle. Or you could also use angle in a semicircle is 90 degrees. All right? So that means that this is a right-angled triangle. And we are to find the radius. So, to find the radius, we have to find AC. So since it's a right angle triangle, we could use Pythagoras theorem, which states that A squared plus B squared is equal to C squared. So we need to identify our A, B, and C. So the longer side is always pointed from the right angle. So that means that AC would be our C squared. All right? Well, it would be the C in the C squared. And then the 8.2 would be the A and the B. So we're going to have 8.2 squared plus 8.2 squared equal to C squared. All right? So using our calculator, we're going to figure out what 8.2 squared is equal to. Which gives us 67.24. So 67.24 plus 67.24 give us 134.48 equal to C squared. But we are not at the finish line as yet. We need to find C. So to find c, which is being squared, we have to do the opposite of squared, which is square root. So we're going to square root both sides. So square rooting both sides will then give us 11.611, and it goes on. However, we will use 3 decimal places, or you could even use 3 significant figures, up to you. But C would be equal to 11.611. All right? However, what we have just found is a diameter. So we're still not finished. And we know that the radius would be half of the diameter. So we then need to find half of 11.611, which we would simply divide by 2. Which will give us 5.8055, and we're going to simplify it to 3 decimal places, which will give us 5.806 centimeters. All right. Any questions at this time? All right. So everybody is following and everybody is understanding. So let's continue. So here in part B, it says each interior angle of a regular polygon is 160 degrees. Calculate the number of sides of the polygon. So to do this, we need to remember that exterior angle plus interior angle adds up to 180 degrees. And then another formula that we could use to find exterior angle is dividing 360 degrees by the number of sides. All right. So let's go now. So we are given the interior angle. So if we are using the first equation, we're going to use that to find our exterior angle. So exterior angle plus interior angle, which they have given us, which is 160 degrees, is equal to 180 degrees. So our exterior angle, let's call it EX degrees, would then be equal to 180 minus 160, which would then give us 20 degrees. So now, we're still trying to find the number of sides of the polygon. So now that we know the exterior angle, we can then use the next equation. So exterior angle is 20 degrees, is equal to 360 degrees divided by n. So we need to find n. So we're going to transpose, and then we're going to get this to be equal to n equal to 360 over 20 degrees. 2 into 36 goes 18. So that means that n would be equal to 18 sides. All right. So very simple. So let us continue. The diagram below shows a trapezium A drawn on a square grid. So he gave us instructions to use a trapezium to draw the image after it undergoes a reflection in the line x equal -1, and then we're going to label this image A prime. So now, let me zoom out a little bit. So first things first, we need to reflect this trapezium in the line x equal -1. So we need to identify that line first. So we will look on the x-axis to see where x is equal to -1. So it's right here. So that means that is going to be a vertical line on that point. All right. So this is our x equal -1 line. All right. So to reflect this trapezium, we need to remember that when we're reflecting anything, it has to be equidistant from the mirror line. So the mirror line currently is x equal -1. So if we pay attention, we know that this point here, 1, 2 centimeters from the mirror line. The other point is 1, 2, 3 centimeters from the mirror line. So we can basically do the same thing on the other side. So you have to count backwards, 3, 2, 1. So that point would be here. And then same thing, 2, 1. Our next point would be here. And then we can just simply fill in the other points, which we know is going to be right behind each. So let us draw that in. So that is the quickest way, but if you would like to actually work it out, there's no problem. But remember, we are working with time. So always remember, whenever you're reflecting shape or an image, you're going to always remember that it has to be equidistant from the mirror line. And there goes, you get your 2 marks very easily. Oh wait, we have to label it A prime. So now we get our full 2 marks. So let's continue now. It says translation with vector 4, -7, and label this image A double prime. So now you could work this out, finding the points of each. Vertex on the trapezium. However, we don't need to do that. We don't need to find the points of the trapezium. A faster method would be to look at each point and then follow the directions based on the translation vector. So 4, -7 suggests that we're going to move 4 to the right because it is +4. And -7 means we're going to move 7 times down. So 7 steps downwards. since it is negative. All right? Because if you remember, for horizontal, right is positive, left is negative. And then for the vertical, up is positive and down is negative. So let us do that. So we start, let us use this point here. We start to go, let me rub out the numbers from before. So we're going to start from the first point here. We're going to jump to the right 4 times and then jump downwards 7 times. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That is 4 to the right, 7 downwards now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that is our first point. All right. You can do that for the rest, but because of time, we could simply just mirror or basically copy how a trapezium would normally look. So we know that this point would be 2 steps backwards from the point that we just moved. So that means it's going to be right here. And then the others will follow suit. Then we can go ahead and put in our lines. Okay, it's not giving me the image that I would like. Let's try it once more. It's not working out at all for me. All right, I'm going to have to freehand because I don't have a ruler feature on this. So let me try to be as accurate as possible. And maybe I'll need to change the color. That is easier to see. So this would be our A prime prime. All right. So very simple. So that is the quickest way. However, if you want to use the calculative way, where you find each point of the trapezium and then you translate by, so let's say this first point here, -3, 2. We could simply add 4 and -7 to it, which would then give us -1 and then -5. And if you check, oh sorry, not -1, +1 and -5. And if you check, that is actually our first point, 1, -5. All right. So it's up to you if you want to do it that way, whichever way is comfortable for you. Is there any questions at this time? All right. So let us continue. All right. Question 4. Consider the following functions: 3 over x plus 2, which is f of x, 4x minus 5, which is g of x, and x squared plus 1, which is h of x. So for part A, part 1, for what value of x is f of x undefined. So whenever we're trying to find when a function is undefined, we need to find what would make the denominator equal to 0. All right? So the value of x, of f of x, when the denominator is equal to 0. So f of x is (3 over x plus 2), and then we could isolate the denominator and equate it to 0 to find what value would make the denominator become 0. So when we transpose by subtracting by -2 on both sides, we're going to get x equal to -2. So that is a value of x which would make our function f of x undefined. All right? Because if you divide anything by 0, if you put it in a calculator, you will get math error, syntax error, undefined, basically. So next, we need to find the value of g of 1 over 4. So we know that gx is equal to 4x minus 5. So we're going to simply substitute our x value for 1 over 4. So now 4 times 1 over 4 would give us 4 over 4 minus 5, which is then 1 minus 5, which is equal to -4. So the answer is -4. Next, h of x is equal to x squared plus 1. So h of -3, all we'll do is substitute our x value for -3. So -3 squared would give us +9 plus 1, which would give our answer to become 10. So very simple. So now we have f of f0. So if we have a composite function on our hands, so f of x is equal to 3 over x plus 2. We could go ahead and write another fraction for the x and then put in 0. But the easiest way is to find f of 0 first. So f of 0 would be equal to (3 divided by x will be 0 in this case, plus 2, which will give us 3 over 2. So since f of 0 is 3 over 2, we can then substitute that into the next function, f of x. So we're going to have f of f0 will be equal to 3 over 2 plus 2. We're going to go ahead and work that out. So we're going to have 3 over 2 plus 2. If we were to change that to a fraction, it would be 2 over 1. So 2 would become 2 over 1. So let me work it out separately, so there's not much confusion. So 3 over 2 plus 2 over 1 will give us, or LCM would use as 2. So then whatever we do to the denominator, 2 times 1 give us 2. So we're going to do that to the numerator also. So we're going to give us 4 over 2. When we add that, we get 3 plus 4, 7 over 2. So it's going to be 3 divided by 7 over 2, which we then could simplify as 3. We're going to flip. So let me show why we flip. If we were to write this out, we would have 3 divided by 7 over 2. And we're going to use our acronym to help us remember what to do when we have this case of division of fractions, which is keep the first fraction, change the sign, and flip the second fraction. So that's KCF. So keep the first fraction, which is 3 over 1, change the sign to multiplication, and then flip the second fraction, which is going to become 2 over 7. So our answer is 3 times 2, 6. 7 times 1, 7. So our answer is 6 over 7. All right. Any questions at this time? All right, so everybody's good. So let us continue. Write an expression in its simplest form for g of h of x. All right. So g of x is equal to 4x minus 5, and h of x is equal to x squared plus 1. So we're going to put one function into the other function. So let's go. So we're going to have g of h of x equal to 4, and then the h of x is going to become the x of 4x minus 5. So it's going to be 4 times x squared plus 1. Then we're going to have minus 5. So we're going to simplify this. So we're going to distribute the 4 inside the bracket. 4 times x squared gives us 4x squared. 4 times 1 gives us 4 minus 5. And if we continue to simplify, we're going to get 4x squared minus 1. However, if you remember your rules in math, what we have written here is a difference of 2 squares. So we could also rewrite this as 2x minus 1 and 2x plus 1. All right? Which will then give us back our 4x squared and our negative 1. So let us continue. So find the inverse of g, negative 2. So first things first, we need to find the inverse of g. And then afterwards, we can substitute our x to be negative 2. So let us continue. So we're going to have let us call g inverse y. So we're going to have y equal to 4x minus 5. And then we're going to swap the x and the y interchange. So we're going to have x equal to 4y minus 5. And we are going to then find y by making y the subject. So to do that, we need to remove the 5 by adding on both sides. So we're going to have x plus 5 equal to 4y. And then next, we're going to divide by 4. So our inverse which is y equal to x plus 5 over 4. So then g inverse of negative 2, we're going to substitute our negative 2 into what we have just found. So it's going to be negative 2 plus 5 over 4. So negative 2 plus 5 would give us 3 over 4. So pretty simple. And remember, whilst you're in the exam, always remember to check over where necessary. And is there any questions at this time? All right, so everybody's understanding so far. So it's always nice to check over. So we are good so far. So let's continue. So each of 75 girls, did I miss any question? No. So each of 75 girls recorded the name of her favorite sport. The number of girls who chose track and cricket are shown on the bar charts below. So we have swimming, tennis, track, cricket, and football. How many more girls chose cricket than track as their favorite sport? So here, we're going to look at track and cricket, and we're going to have to read our graph so that we can be accurate to know how much girls chose cricket than track. So cricket would have been, so we have 16 here, we have to be careful. So it's going up by 2, because it's 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 18, and cricket is right in between. So that means that cricket would be 17. And then for track would be 12. So to find how many more girls, would subtract 12 from 17, which would give us 5 girls. All right. So now 11 girls recorded tennis as their favorite sport. So we need to put that into our graph. So tennis would be 11 girls. So let's look at the graph. And since we realize that in between is going to be our 11, so we have 10 here, 12 here, and then in between would be our 11. So we're going to draw as accurately as possible. And that would be our 11 girls for tennis. For the remainder of girls, the number who chose swimming compared to who chose football was in the ratio of 2:3. So based on what we just found, we need to figure out how much is that remaining girls. So using the little space that we have here is going to be 11 plus 12 plus 17. Could quickly use our calculator to match that up real quick, which is 40 girls, and that is 40 out of a total of 75. So 75 minus 40 will then give us 35, and we're going to use the 2:3 ratio to find out who is swimming compared to football. So 2 of 5 times 35, and then also 3 over 5 times 35. So 5 into itself one time, 5 into 35, 7. So it's 2 sevens, 14. Again, 3 sevens, 21. So that means that football is 21 and swimming is 14. All right. So almost finish this part. So let us quickly draw this. So that represents our 14 for swimming. And for football, it's going to be 21. So 21 will be at the halfway mark between 20 and 22. So that is going to be right here. All right. So determine the modal sport, and we know what the modal is. The mode of any graph is going to be the highest frequency, and football has the highest frequency of girls. So your answer would be football. So the last thing now is to find the probability that a girl chose neither track nor cricket as her favorite sport. So the final probability is going to be number of favorable outcomes over total number of outcomes. So track and cricket is out of it. So cricket and track, 12 plus 17. Would be equal to 29. So 29 subtracted from 75, since it's 75 total girls, will give us 46. So our number of favorable outcomes is going to be 46, and total number of outcomes will be 75. And if we simplify this, it can't be simplified. You could also put the probability as a decimal, 0.613. So I hope that all of you were able to learn today, and that this is one step in the right direction for you to pass your CSEC exam. So I encourage all of you to continue studying, continue practicing, and you will do well. So this is from me to you, signing out for mathematics.
portal, OEC Online. With OEC Online, you can pay for our services from anywhere, right at your fingertips. Locate us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5, or 18 Queens Drive, Montego Bay, or call 876-618-3721, or visit our website at overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC, your trusted partner for certificate services. Exceptional customer service is key in today's competitive world. Whether you're an educational institution or a small to medium-sized business, the OEC Customer Service Support Center has you covered. From tailored contact center services to advanced WebEx technology, our dedicated team ensures your brand shines. Elevate your customer experience with the OEC. Visit us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5. Call 876-618-3721 or email help@overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC Customer Support Center, your partner in growth. Need to replace or amend your exam certificate? The Overseas Examinations Commission can help. The local service charges $3,960 Jamaican dollars. Apply using our new service portal, OEC Online. With OEC Online, you can pay for our services from anywhere, right at your fingertips. Locate us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5, or 18 Queens Drive, Montego Bay, or call 876-618-3721, or visit our website at overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC, your trusted partner for certificate services. Exceptional customer service is key in today's competitive world. Whether you're an educational institution or a small to medium-sized business, the OEC Customer Service Support Center has you covered. From tailored contact center services to advanced WebEx technology, our dedicated team ensures your brand shines. Elevate your customer experience with the OEC. Visit us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5. Call 876-618-3721 or email help@overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC Customer Support Center, your partner in growth. Need to replace or amend your exam certificate? The Overseas Examinations Commission can help. The local service charges $3,960 Jamaican dollars. Apply using our new service portal, OEC Online. With OEC Online, you can pay for our services from anywhere, right at your fingertips. Locate us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5, or 18 Queens Drive, Montego Bay, or call 876-618-3721, or visit our website at overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC, your trusted partner for certificate services. Exceptional customer service is key in today's competitive world. Whether you're an educational institution or a small to medium-sized business, the OEC Customer Service Support Center has you covered. From tailored contact center services to advanced WebEx technology, our dedicated team ensures your brand shines. Elevate your customer experience with the OEC. Visit us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5. Call 876-618-3721 or email help@overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC Customer Support Center, your partner in growth. Need to replace or amend your exam certificate? The Overseas Examinations Commission can help. The local service charges $3,960 Jamaican dollars. Apply using our new service portal, OEC Online. With OEC Online, you can pay for our services from anywhere, right at your fingertips. Locate us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5, or 18 Queens Drive, Montego Bay, or call 876-618-3721, or visit our website at overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC, your trusted partner for certificate services. Exceptional customer service is key in today's competitive world. Whether you're an educational institution or a small to medium-sized business, the OEC Customer Service Support Center has you covered. From tailored contact center services to advanced WebEx technology, our dedicated team ensures your brand shines. Elevate your customer experience with the OEC. Visit us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5. Call 876-618-3721 or email help@overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC Customer Support Center, your partner in growth. Need to replace or amend your exam certificate? The Overseas Examinations Commission can help. The local service charges $3,960 Jamaican dollars. Apply using our new service portal, OEC Online. With OEC Online, you can pay for our services from anywhere, right at your fingertips. Locate us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5, or 18 Queens Drive, Montego Bay, or call 876-618-3721, or visit our website at overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC, your trusted partner for certificate services. Exceptional customer service is key in today's competitive world. Whether you're an educational institution or a small to medium-sized business, the OEC Customer Service Support Center has you covered. From tailored contact center services to advanced WebEx technology, our dedicated team ensures your brand shines. Elevate your customer experience with the OEC. Visit us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5. Call 876-618-3721 or email help@overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC Customer Support Center, your partner in growth. Need to replace or amend your exam certificate? The Overseas Examinations Commission can help. The local service charges $3,960 Jamaican dollars. Apply using our new service portal, OEC Online. With OEC Online, you can pay for our services from anywhere, right at your fingertips. Locate us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5, or 18 Queens Drive, Montego Bay, or call 876-618-3721, or visit our website at overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC, your trusted partner for certificate services. customer service is key in today's competitive world. Whether you're an educational institution or a small to medium-sized business, the OEC Customer Service Support Center has you covered. From tailored contact center services to advanced WebEx technology, or dedicated team ensures your brand shines. Elevate your customer experience with the OEC. Visit us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5. Call 876-618-3721 or email help@overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC Customer Support Center, your partner in growth. Need to replace or amend your exam certificate? The Overseas Examinations Commission can help. The local service charges $3,960 Jamaican dollars. Apply using our new service portal, OEC Online. With OEC Online, you can pay for our services from anywhere, right at your fingertips. Locate us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5, or 18 Queens Drive, Montego Bay, or call 876-618-3721, or visit our website at overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC, your trusted partner for certificate services. Exceptional customer service is key in today's competitive world. Whether you're an educational
Four, three, two.
Good morning. My name is Damian Chippy from Chippy Tutoring Services. Today, I'll be your teacher for accounts. However, the area of the syllabus that I'll be focusing on is one of the adjustment topics. Reason being is on the basis that this is a problematic area in regards to accounts. Students generally have this high problem analyzing and interpreting question regarding this area of topic, control accounts. So that is what we'll be doing this morning. So, control accounts is really simply an adjustment topics in accounts. It is just there to assist in the facilitation of preparing the final accounts. When we speak about final accounts, we're simply talking about the TP&L, or in other words, income statement or balance sheet. All right. Now, on top of that as well, control account is used for locating errors. Because sometimes we have an incorrect figure, especially in regards to the sales account and the purchases account. All right. Now, so control account is used to locate errors. It is used to find your total debtors and total creditors. It is used to determine the final figure for sales or your final figures for purchases that will be later used in the different financial statements. All right? So we know that final account is also the same as financial statements. Now, first thing first, students, what you must know about control accounts is that we are really focusing, regarding to your CSEC syllabus, we're really focusing on the whole total debtor, total creditors ledger. Now, you would have learned that in subsequent topics that your purchases ledger is simply used to record debtors. So that's where your total debtor will be extract from. Whereas, your purchases ledger is where you record your creditors. That's where they extract the total creditors from. Whereas your sales ledger is used to record your debtors. Again, students, the sales ledger, we have three types of ledgers, but the two ledgers that we will be focusing on is the sales ledger and the purchases ledger. Now, for the sales ledger, again, we record debtors. Or another word, another name for debtors is called your customers. Really and truly, customers is who you sell goods to on credit. You understand me? So hence, it's either called debtors or customer. Or the one that CXC is now getting more accustomed to is your accounts receivables. So it's very important, student, that you know the name association for debtors, all right? Why? CXC have a habit of interchanging these names. So sometimes they will refer to customer, sometimes they will refer to accounts receivables, sometimes they will refer to debtors. And again, these individuals or entities are found in the sales ledger. Again, you will also know that debtors is simply anybody or entity that owes the business. All right? Now we're moving on now to purchases ledger. Remember, there are three ledgers: sales ledger, purchases ledger, general ledger, but the focus regarding this topic will be on our sales ledger and purchases ledger. Your purchases ledger are used to record creditors. Or, in other words, suppliers. Why suppliers, students, is on the basis that these are people who we as business buy goods from to facilitate running our business. You understand me? So they are called suppliers, or another name, accounts payables. So students, it is very important that you get the association of the name, because we will be using them interchangeably. Just as how you don't get it in your exam, CXC is going to do just that. Now, so control accounts, there are two types of control accounts that you must consider for your CSEC examination. The first one is the sales ledger control account, and the second one is the purchases ledger control account. Again, you see the names are interlinking, students. So we have the two type of control accounts: sales ledger control account and purchases ledger control account. So these are the two types of control accounts that you must consider. Now students, remember I did say to you there are other names associated with debtors and creditors that you are already accustomed to. For sales ledger control account, remember it is used to record debtors. So the examiner at times may also refer to the sales ledger control account as total debtor control account, or total accounts receivables control account, or customers control account. They're all referring to debtors. Very important. Now, when it comes to purchases ledger control account, again, the examiner may refer to purchases ledger control account as total creditors control account, or you can say your supplier, total supplier control account, or accounts payable control accounts. These are the names that are associated with creditors. So in the grand scheme of things, students, in regards to this topic, the truth is that although control accounts is really wide, but remember now, students, we're narrowing in on your syllabus, all right? So as it is now, we're only going to take control accounts, being sales ledger control account and purchases ledger control account. Now, what I'm going to do next, I'm going to first focus on sales ledger control account. Students, I'm going to write a format of a T account of a debtor account. Now, the format, student, is not for you to swat. The format is just simply for you to understand the nature, because as our CXC is really setting the exam today, is really testing you and your application skills, not to swat a format and you're able to write back what you did swat. It's not going to be that way. We can talk about it being that way in the earlier times during the exam, but now it's not the case. All right? So first thing is my sales ledger control account. I'll be giving you the format, and again, not to swat. I'm going to give you the format for me to demonstrate to you so you can get a clearer picture of what is the sales ledger control account. So it's a T account, students, and I'm going to write, as I have enough space for you to see. So you have your heading, sales ledger control accounts. And again, remember, students, they can also be named total debtor. So if you see total debtor, do not be confused, do not be alarmed. It's the same thing. If you see total customer control account, do not be confused nor alarmed. If you see accounts receivable control accounts, again, These are all the names associated with debtors that you must understand. Now, the sales ledger control account, student, is typically the T account that you are already accustomed to. All right? We would have learned T account from the early onset, the introductory stage of accounting. All right? Now, with the T account, we know that, okay then, regarding asset, capital, and liabilities, how we record asset, capital, and liabilities based on the double entry ruling, which states that when you record an asset, any increase in asset is recorded on the debit side, which is the left side of the T account. Any reduction in asset is recorded on the credit side, which is the right side of the T account. Now, what you must also understand regarding sales ledger control account is that every item that is in the sales ledger control account are items that will affect the debtors. Now, debtors, as it is students, debtors is an asset. A debtor is an asset. Again, so we are now going to take on the whole double entry ruling of recording an asset. Now, the control account, students, is really known as a single entry topic, meaning that unlike the regular T account that you would normally be accustomed to from the very early entry of dealing with ledgers, you would have understand that you record 2 accounts for each transaction. But for this topic, it's called single entry on the basis that we're only focusing on a single T account. Irrespective of our focus, nonetheless, students, irrespective of our focus, we must understand the double entry ruling in order for us to appreciate single entry. So now let me go ahead and start doing the format. Now the year we're in is 2025. So I'm using that year. Kind of like to do what CXC love to demonstrate when they're presenting the exam to you. Now the first thing, students, is that with your sales ledger control account, we're going to record the opening balances. Now, again, student, you can start off a period with somebody owing you the business. You get that? Now, again, we know that debtor is an asset. Now, customary, student, it is known for debtor to carry a debit balance. Again, it's an asset. An increase in asset is recorded on the debit side. So therefore, any balance of debtors coming in is generally somebody who owe us the business, so therefore it carry a debit balance. Now, also, students, you will recognize that the debtor, the sales ledger control account, can carry a credit balance. Now, this may confuse you based on what I'm saying, because, you know, how sir say debtor carry a debit balance, but yet still, sales ledger control account, they have a credit balance as well. Don't be alarmed. There are reasons for this. Now, you have to remember the students that number one, we're not really dealing with a single debtor right here. What we're actually dealing with right here, we're dealing with total debtors from your sales ledger. So what you're seeing, students, every item that you see inside here is really the aggregate amount of the total where it come up to when you're looking at each individual debtor account and add them up. The total come right here. Hence, sometimes this is called total debtor control account because it's really the aggregate amount you're interested in. So when I put an opening balance here, I'm not putting an opening balance of a single debtor in the business. I'm putting the opening balance of all the debtors in the business. So again, I give you the aggregate amount, all right? So now, the opening balance. So the period is a year, all right? So, and I'm going to make it easier for you, calendar year, all right? January 1. Balance. So the that is really balanced. You would know that already going forward. Brought down or brought forward, and I put XXX right there. This is a debit balance. This is the general balance that you will see in a sales ledger control account. Now, if the examiner give you a balance, if the examiner just give you a balance, an opening balance, and never tell you whether it's a debit or a credit balance, you, the candidate, must know that it's a debit balance on the basis that debtors carry a debit balance. However, if the examiner want to tell you that there is a credit balance, the examiner have to be explicit in telling you that it's a credit balance. Is that understood? You have to be careful on this one, students. Again, sometimes the examiner would present the balance to you without indicating whether it's a debit or credit balance. When this happens, student, you must know that the balance regarding the sales ledger control account must be a debit balance. Now, if the examiner wants to indicate to you that the balance is a credit balance, they will have to explicitly state it. You get that? That this is a credit balance. Why? A credit balance for a sales ledger control account is not the norm. However, there are reasons why a sales ledger control account may carry a debit balance, a credit balance. One, when you, the business, sell the customer the goods on credit, that is, customer promise, you guys come up to an agreement that they will pay you at a later date. Say, for instance, you sell them goods. Today is what date again? Trying to figure that out. All right? So December 16 it is, right? So we sell the customer the goods on December 16. The customer then decides, okay, based on agreement between the business and the customer, they will pay you by the end of January in 2026. Now, January 2026 come on the 31st, they make full payment. Now, at that stage, the customer no longer owe you nothing. They had meet their obligation. Now, on a further date along the line, the customer realized that some of the goods that was actually delivered was damaged, or the goods was incorrect, or whatever the reason is why you may have to send back the goods, which we would know that will be a return inwards, because the customer now returning the goods into the business. That's called return inwards or sales return. Because we sell the goods, customer return it back to us for whatever reason, incorrect goods, damaged goods, spoiled goods, whatever the issue is. Now, when the customer return the goods to us, the business, remember, student, that they would have paid us in full January 31st, 2026. Seeing that we have sell them the goods December 16 today, 2025. Now, in February now, sometime in February, they return the goods to us. At that time now, students, we, the business, will then owe the customer who returned the goods to us for whatever the reason is. So hence, that customer will now carry a credit balance. Now, another thing that you're going to notice regarding your exam, student, is that if it is that the examiner is going to talk about two balances for the sales ledger control account, you're going to realize that the debit balance is always a larger sum, because that's the norm. And the credit balance, which is not the norm, will be minimal compared to the debit balance. Is that understood? Now, so now let me go now to record the credit balance. January 1. Balance brought down. Now, you may be wondering, candidate, students, you may be wondering, okay, sir, could it be that the examiner going to present to you that say that the control account only carry a credit balance? No. No. The norm is a debit balance. Now, what is not usual is the credit balance. So if there is a credit balance, automatically also there is a debit balance. However, there can be a debit balance but no credit balance, not at all, because credit balance is not the norm. And again, we explain the unusualness of the sales ledger, which is the debtor, carrying a credit balance. So now let us move on from that. Then, now students, any other recording in regards to the sales ledger would have to be at the end of the period. Now here, I'm using a calendar year. The year starts January 1, and I'm using the current year that we're in now, 2025. Clearly, it ends December 31st, 2025. So any other information going forward would then be at the ending date of the period. Another thing that you must understand, remember the double entry ruling regarding debtors, which is an asset. An increasing asset is on the debit side, which is the left side of the T account, which is the ledger. A decreasing asset is recorded on the credit side, which is the right side of the ledger. Now, candidate, what you're going to see, once I record anything here, it has to be an action that increases the balance of the debtor account. That is on the debit side. Anything that I record here would have to be an action that is used to reduce the debtor balance. Let me go now. Again, as I said earlier, the items that you will see, whether debit or credit, are all items that would affect the debtors. So December 31st, at the end of the period, now we talk about sales. Now I'm going to take my time, student, to explain to you every move I make. Because the aim is not for you to can swat it at the end of the day. It's for you to understand and appreciate the reason why I record here on the debit side as against on the credit side. And remember again, student, we must also remember the double entry ruling. Although these are called single entry, we must have the double entry ruling concept nonetheless for us to appreciate whatever entry that we made here. Now, here I record sales on the debit side of the sales ledger control account. Why? Based on the double entry ruling, students, if I sell a customer goods on credit, sales would be on the credit side while the corresponding entry would be on the debit side. The corresponding entry would have been the individual debtor. Again, students, let me repeat. The sales that you see here, students, would have to be a credit sales. Although you don't see me put the credit sale, it's deliberate. I do not put the credit sales there. Why? Any sales that is in the sales ledger would have to be the credit sales. Cash sales can never, ever enter the sales ledger control account. Why? You will not record a cash sales in the sales ledger. No, cash sales is recorded in the cash book because the person would have paid for the goods immediately. All right? And again, for the person to be a debtor is somebody who you would have sold goods on credit prior. Good. So based on the double entry ruling, students, sales carry a credit balance entry in this regard. Corresponding entry would have been the individual debtor that carry a debit balance because the person would have now owe us the business. An increase in the asset debtor is on the debit side. They say once we sell them the goods, students, they increase owing us. We sell them goods on credit, they increase owing us. However, the good stock is being reduced, so hence sale is on the credit side. The next item that you'll see here on the debit side, because I'm dealing with the debit column first. ditto would have been interest revenue. That's the other item you'll see there. Now, how this come about, students? I mean, we're in business of making profit. Now, if you sell somebody goods on credit and they have not meet a particular timeline in payment as agreed upon, it's only fair for you to charge them, you the business, when charge the customer an interest on the amount in which they owe you if they do not meet their obligation. So hence, interest revenue, because it's a revenue to you, the business, because I know it's not you, the business, being charged, it's you, the business, charge a customer. So hence, you will be collecting that revenue from the customer in interest. So revenue as it is carry a credit balance. However, the corresponding entry for the debtor account must be a debit balance, because the debtor would have interest revenue for us, the business. An increase in the asset debtor is recorded on the debit side. Now, another interesting situation regarding the debit side. So there, this is just ditto saying that same December 31st, ditto. You get that? And it's a very common practice with regards to your syllabus. You get that? So you don't necessarily have to write out December 31st all over again and again. Now the next thing with regards to the debit entry, all right, we're going to talk about dishonored check or return check. Now, what is a return check? Remember, when you sell a customer the goods on credit, they then decide, we then agree that they're going to pay us at a later date. The later date comes, they then pay you, they write a check and give it to you. However, when you take that check to the bank was unable to honor the check. And again, student, we call it bounce check, student. The layman term, you know, it's bounce check, all right? But it's called dishonored check or return check. Now, the truth is that you go to the bank to encash the check that you have received from your customer, that is the debtor. However, you go to the bank and the bank is unable to honor your check or to cash it out for you. Why? One is either the customer do not have sufficient funds in their account for the bank to encash the check. Two, it can be that the customer have an expired date on the check. A check normally lasts for 6 months upon the date it was written. All right? So if the customer make an error and write a date 6 months futuristic from the 6 months prior the date that it is today, that check would have been known to be expired. Two, and thirdly, sometimes whatever the figure on the check is, it doesn't correspond with the worded figure on the check. So the bank cannot honor the check. So in this case now, the bank now return the check to you. So that's why it's called a return check or dishonored check. Now the reality is that, students, in your cash book, I'm just making a little excerpt here, your cash book. Now when a customer pay you, you just say, okay, we record the payment that we receive from the customer. So we say the debtor pay us X amount of dollars. However, if the check is bounced, we have to reverse that entry. Students, are you understanding what I'm saying? Again, I'm trying to make you understand and appreciate the concept of return check being on the debit side. All right? Now, again, if a customer pay us by check, we normally would have recorded that check in the cash book. And this is it on the debit side, money coming in. Now, however, if the check is returned, that payment that we have received have to be reversed to say that it was null, it was void, it never happened. So therefore, we would have said no, return check. And I put it in red to indicate to you. On the credit side of the cash book, to cancel out what you have previously collected. However, what will happen when we record the return check on the credit side of the cash book to cancel that receipt in check, we have to do the corresponding double entry ruling by putting it on the debit side of the debtor account. Remember, sales ledger is your total debtor. You get that? Good. So therefore, we put it on the debit side of your sales ledger control account. Now I'm going to move on now to the credit entries. Now again, we continue with the date, ending date, that is December 31st. Now, discount allowed will be found on the credit side of the sales ledger control account. Discount allowed. Students, discount allowed is simply where we, the business, give the customer a cash discount. Why? We rewarding the customer for paying us on time as agreed upon, an extra or further discount from the trade discount if we have given them. So the discount, the cash discount, is a reward that we give the customer for paying early. Now, discount allowed is an expense. And like any other expense, students, like any other expense carry a debit balance. So since the expense account would have been debited, the corresponding entry must be credited. And we put the discount allowed on the credit side of the sales ledger control account. Then we talk about, remember we talk about return inwards. This is where customer would have returned the goods to us, no sir? Good. Now return inwards is simply where the customer bringing back the goods to us. Remember that return inwards carry a debit balance on the basis that the goods is an asset. Goods coming back into the business would increase the asset stock, and increasing the asset is on the debit side. So the return inwards account would have been debited. The corresponding entry must be a credit. Students, remember all of this I'm saying you would have learned in subsequent topics, but I'm here repeating it for you to appreciate the format so that it's not a thing where you're going to swat it. To swat it might be suicidal for you in the exam. Why? In the examiner may or may not give you all the necessary entries that I presented here. So you have to be very careful, students, on a matter of swatting this format. All right? So we have the sales return or return outwards. Same thing, students, which you would have already been introduced to. On the credit side of the sales ledger control account. Again, clearly, if the customer return goods to you, the business, they're going to decrease owing you. If you give them a discount as well, they're going to decrease owing you. So because those two items here decreases the balance of the debtor, a decrease in the asset debtor is on the credit side. Next thing, if the customer pay you by cash or check at a later date after you selling them the goods on credit, clearly, once you receive payment from the customer or the debtor or the account's receivables, clearly they're going to owe you the business less. If they owe you the business less, it's a reduction in their balance. All right? So hence, the payment by cash or check by the debtor is recorded on the credit side of the control accounts. Now, it doesn't matter whether the examiner say cash payment, you receive money from the customer by cash or you receive by cash, by check, same thing. However, but we know that when we refer to check, we're referring to the bank. So we normally say cash and bank, cash or bank. Even if the examiner use the word petty cash, because I've seen where the examiner used that petty cash was paid by a customer. But then students are kind of, confused because they're more accustomed to the word cash and not petty cash. It doesn't matter how minute, petty cash represents a minute amount. It doesn't matter how small, how large they had made payment. The reality is that once they make any form of payment to you, the business, that is, you would have received this payment. Because sometimes the examiner would use the word receipt from customer, $100,000 in cash or $100,000 in check, or we say $1,000 petty cash. It doesn't matter. They had made payment to us, the business, and hence the balance of the debtor must be reduced. So a reduction in the asset debtor on the credit side. Now, another thing would be of concern, apart from these what we have here, is also known as bad debt. Bad debt. Now, what is bad debt? Students, bad debt is an expense. Unlike any other expense carry a debit balance irrespective of what the expense is. Once it's regarded or classified as an expense, it carries a debit entry. So the bad debt account will carry a debit entry, so the corresponding entry based on the double entry ruling must be on the credit side. Is that understood? Now, moving on. There is something that I need to say to you. The examiner kind of like to make trouble for candidates sometime. Now, if you ever see them use provision for bad debt. Now, provision for bad debt is not entered in the sales ledger control account. Why? Provision for bad debt doesn't represent an actual debt that has gone bad. Unlike bad debt, is saying that somebody who owe you, the debt has gone bad. So you, the business, has to consume that cost. That's why it's an expense to you. So it's a done deal when we talk about bad debt. However, when it comes on to provision for bad debt, and which the examiner have this nasty attitude of putting it in the listing, and because you see provision for bad debt, you go and take it and run with it and put it in here. But that's what exactly the examiner trying to elude you. But you must know that it should not. Why? Provision for bad debt can either be a revenue or expense, all depending on whether it's increasing or decreasing. It has nothing to do with an actual debt that has gone bad. It's just that you may theorize that, one little man when way down the road may not pay you because he either in a coma or a hard luck story might tell you. You said this one is not good, so you make a provision for it. You understand me? But you don't put it in there because it's not an actuality that happened. So be careful. That one must be noted, student. Again, the examiner will also try to elude you by putting in cash sales. You understand me? In the listing, cash sales can never go inside the sales ledger control account, student, on the basis that cash sales is simply where the person you sell the goods to them and they pay you immediately. So there's no reason to have the person name in your book. Because if you sell somebody and pay you and you have the money, you don't care about the name of the person anymore. The only time you care about them name is when them owe you, because you want to make proper recording. Simple. All right? So cash sales does not goes into the sales ledger control account, even though the examiner may want to try to elude you by doing that. All right? Now, continue here on the credit side. So we have bad debt, which is an expense. This represents some customer who had owed you initially, but the debt has gone bad. Either them had died or they are filed bankruptcy. You get that? So it's a done deal where the debt got bad. So you, the business, have to absorb that cost, and hence it's an expense to you. Expense is a debit. Corresponding entry must be a credit. So that's why it's there. Now we're going to move on to this one. When I speak about this one, sometimes students kind of find it funny based on my explanation. But bear with me on this one. You may too. Now, talk about set-off. Now, students, the reality is that you're doing a business. Now, the person who is a customer to you may also be your supplier. It is possible. You can be a customer of Price Mart because you buy your raw materials and so forth from Price Mart to engage in your farm. So you buy salt in bulk, you buy, farm tools and all of that. You buy anything from Price Mart that would use in your day-to-day operation. But you and Price Mart have an agreement. Price Mart have you as a debtor where they say, okay, you pay me at an agreed time. Likewise, although you are a customer at Price Mart, you the same person, call yourself Joe Black. You the same Joe Black can also be a supplier to Price Mart, meaning that you sell Price Mart goods as well. You operate a farm, Joe Black Farm, and you may sell them pickled meat, like pickled beef and pickled pork and all of that, pork ribs and all of that, because that's your farm. You get that? You sell them chicken and all of that, because Price Mart buy these things to then sell to customer. Again, you and Price Mart have an agreement that these trading is done on a credit basis. So you may sell Price Mart goods on credit as well as buy goods on credit from Price Mart. So hence, Price Mart will be both a debtor and a creditor in your book. Now, the reality is, students, is that, so for instance, as a debtor, Price Mart owe you, let me use the black, I think you can more see the black from where you are. As a debtor, Price Mart owe you, say, $50,000. Remember, debtor is anybody who owe the business. And as a creditor, Price Mart, you, the business now, owe Price Mart, say, $70,000. In other words, you owe Price Mart more than Price Mart owe you. Now, it depends on the relationship that you have established with Price Mart over time. Price Mart is saying, Joe Black, where the hell? Why you have to go write a check of $50,000 and me have to go, so them have to write a check of $50,000 to you, Joe Black, and you, Joe Black, have to write a check of $70,000 to them, Price Mart. When you come to agreement, say, to hell with that, because check leave costs. You understand me? However, students, this don't happen with regards to, because some customers are very, you have to deal with them on a technical basis. You and them don't have that type of relationship. So, it's best if you write for your check and you collect for them check. But because of the relationship that exists between you and Price Mart, when you decide, say, let us do some squixing. Remember them owe you $50,000, you Joe Black. And you Joe Black owe Price Mart $70,000. When you look at the figures, it will be where really you owe them $20,000. You get that? When you look at the difference. So you squeeze out the $50,000 from that. So it leaves you back with $20,000. You owing them and they owe you nothing. You get that? So you just simply write your check of $20,000. Somebody save a check leaf beyond the line. A reduction in cost right there. And believe me, student, check leaf add up. All right? So it's cost effective. However, students, what I'm saying that this only happened regarding relationship that you guys have exist. So now set off is simply where you are reducing a debtor balance against the purchases ledger. Remember, set off is where the person is a debtor and a creditor. So that you say set off against purchases ledger. So that whatever the person owe you, whatever you owe the person in purchases ledger, you would have then set it off against what they owe you in the sales ledger, that is the debtor. Is that understood? Again, the set off is simply where you have one individual who is both a customer and a supplier, and you decide that when you owe each other, you squits out. You get that? You must have that sort of relationship with siblings and anybody who you may think that we say, all right, me owe you, you owe me. Let us call it even and we go with merry ways. You get that? If it is that the amount that is owed on both parties is the same amount. However, if one owe in excess of the other, you just, whoever owe the excess of the other, pay the difference. Oh, again, I like to use one time gone, you have Claro and you have Digicel competing here in Jamaica. Well, Clara come here in Jamaica on the basis to give Digicel a whipping because Digicel entered their El Salvadorian market. You understand me? So you say, oh yeah, you will hurt me in El Salvador, me I come to Jamaica where you flourish to see if I can hurt you more. However, at the end of the day, Clara realized that they couldn't keep up. So they said to Digicel, say, okay, let us come to an agreement where we say, all right, whatever your asset and everything that you have here in Jamaica, whatever the asset I have, or you have in El Salvador, let us tally them up and squits out and we pay off who have the excess. You get that? And me, Clara, now leave the Jamaican market and you, Digicel, leave the El Salvadoran market. Don't trouble me, me not trouble you. You understand me? Although many people never like that deal, really, because customer kind of lose out. That's all, but that is what happens. Squits out. Moving on. Now, after you have done your recording, and this is just about the recording that you'll see regarding your sales data control account, you're now going to focus on now balancing off. Now, again, the balance, the closing balance at the close of the period can be a debit balance only, or it can be a credit balance. So the closing balance can be both, or it can be both balances, or it can be one. If it's both balance, you have balance CD on the debit side here and balance CD on the credit side here to bring them down after you tally up. However, if it's only one balance, it must be a debit balance likewise. Why? The norm of a sales data control account balance is simply a debit balance. So let me write the balancing off. I'm going to explain to you how you go about with the closing balance as well, because this is very, very important. Although you would have been learning balancing off from the early onset of TP&L. Moving on. If you notice I have CD here, the CD is just to equate both sides, to have the debit and the credit side equal, all right? Now, in most cases, students, the examiner will indicate to you, whether by implying or by stating explicitly that there is a credit balance, okay? Now, let me explain the balance carried down here, because you guys have, because this is where many of you now falter. It's, even if you have gotten the whole concept of where to record where, because some people still go about swatting, even though I'm saying this to you students, that's not the way to go. It's best if you understand the nature of how we record the necessary entry, rather than trying to say, okay, let me swap the format. You don't have the format in the exam. Students, why are you going to do it? All right, moving on. Now, students, if it is that the balance is a debit balance, your closing balance, that is at the end of the day, it's a debit balance, the CD has to be on the credit side. Why? When you're speaking about balances of an account, what you do to determine whether the balance is a debit or credit is not the CD, is the brought down. The brought forward or brought down is what you use. The CD, again, is just simply used to equate both sides. So if the examiner gives you a debit balance at the close of the period, you must know that the corresponding CD must be on the credit side. Because when you do your tallying up and bring down, you're going to see that you bring down this balance on the debit side, and this is where you take it from, that the account will carry a debit balance. So the CD of the closing balance goes on the opposing side, and this is very important for you guys to understand, because when we're dealing with T accounts earlier, we're balancing off T accounts, realize that if the accounts carry a debit balance, the CD is on the credit side. If the accounts carry a credit balance, the CD is on the debit side, and you must follow that just the same. You see, just as though I'm telling you this for sales in the control account, there is another topic, accruals and prepayment, that again take on the same concept, which that is many students' confusion. But let me continue now. So now I'm going to tally up both sides. Remember, when you tallying up T accounts, you ensure that it's on the horizontal level. The both sides is on the horizontal level. So although this side have more information than this side, we don't put the tally line right here. No, we put the tally line in the same level as the side that have more information. It must be level. Remember, the other characteristic with accounting is that the work must be neat. You understand me? Good. And we then tally up, and then we double line to close. Double line to close. We're closing the statement. Again, students, when you're tallying up, the tally must be on the same horizontal level. If it's not on the same horizontal level, students, you are missing the principle of it. All right? As the subject is principle of accounts, the way in which we are going to do our accounts. All right? And this is one such. Now, after you tally up, you're now going to bring down the closing balances, the CD, into the new period. If the period ends December 31st, 2025, the next day immediately after such date would have to be January 1, the new year, which is 2026. So that means we'd have to record the year, the 2026 year. So this CD here will come here. Mark it as it is now. You're not really seeing the contrast because they use X dummy value to represent the figures. So they're not noticeable, but whatever the balance CD here is what bring down over here. So we have January 1, because that's the next day. Balance brought down or forward, XXX. So this debit CD here come on the credit side as the brought down, January 1. Balance brought down or forward, and we have XXX. And that will be your sales ledger control account. Candidate, make note of what I'm doing. Yes, I write the format for the sales ledger control account. However, if you watch the optics of me demonstrating here, I give you the reason why everything is placed on whatever side. Okay? That must be taken into consideration. Otherwise, you are going to have a warm time with this subject. All right? Or this topic, rather. Now, let me go on now to... So we have done the sales ledger control account. The reason why I make sure I go for this one, this is the bigger one, and it takes more into explaining. Now, the purchases ledger control account is generally not so as compounded as the sales ledger control account. All right? So that's why I deal with this first, to get that out of the way. All right? So now, I'm moving on now to the sales ledger control account. Moving on now from the sales ledger control account, we're moving to the next one, purchases ledger control account. Not as compounded as the sales ledger, but concept is pretty much the same. All right, moving on. So I'm writing the T account as well. I have this space, I'm using it up. So purchases ledger control account. The year, current year, 2025. Good. And we're using the calendar year just the same, starting January 1 and December 31st. Now, just as I did with the sales ledger control account, listen carefully with regards to the purchases ledger control account. Now, again, they're the name that you'll see the examiner use regarding the purchases ledger control account. One, the examiner would say at times, total creditor. Again, creditor is found in the purchases ledger, and hence the total creditor control account can also be used. In fact, the examiner will use it, by the way, so you have to get used to the different terminology. Or they will tell you total supplier control account, because supplier is the same thing as creditor. Or the examiner would now go to it's like CXC, find a new name, and then there have been rings in it, students, and that is accounts payable. The debtors is accounts receivables, creditors is accounts payable, because we're looking forward to pay these person who we owe. Accounts receivable, debtors, we are looking forward to collect, to receive from these person who owe us. All right? Moving on. Now, just as how the sales ledger control account may carry two balances, it's the same principle with regards to the purchases ledger control account. Again, now I'm focusing on purchases ledger control account, which is the total creditor, student. So follow me on this one. We have just done debtors, we're now on creditors. All right? What you see right here, any information right here, this represents all the aggregate amount in value that affect creditors. We get these information from the purchases ledger, hence the name purchases ledger control account. Creditors are found in the purchases ledger control account. As it is, students, creditors carries a credit balance. A creditor is classified as a liability. This is somebody who we, the business, owe. We are liable to these persons. You get that? So, based on the double entry rule in now, students, guys, very important, although these are single entry, it's very important that you get the double entry rule in with regards to liability. With regards to asset, as we have spoken earlier, an increase in asset is on the debit side, a decrease in asset is on the credit side. Fast forwarding now to creditors, which is liability. An increase in liability is on the credit side, and a decrease in liability is on the debit side. It's like the reverse. All right? Now, but this, as it is, student or candidate, is the same principle that you would have known from the earlier introductory phase of accounting. All right? Moving on. So now, the first thing we're going to do is show both balances. I'm going to explain both balances just the same. So we said January 1, balance brought down or brought forward, XXX. Just representing figures. Likewise, on the credit side, January 1, Balance brought down or forward, XXX. Now, here's the thing, candidate. The norm, what is supposed to be the balance of a creditor account is a credit balance. This is the norm. This is simply the norm. That is, if the examiner should ever give you just a single balance without even telling you whether it's a debit or credit, stating it's a balance of the purchases ledger control account, you, the candidate, should know without any reservation that the balance is a credit balance, because that's the norm of a creditor balance. If the examiner give you a debit balance, they will have to implied or explicitly state it that this is a debit balance. Again, this is not of the norm, and because of that, you will always notice that the figure for the credit balance of the purchases ledger control account is way larger than the figure for the debit balance of the purchases ledger control account, on the basis that the credit balance is the norm, the debit balance is the unusual activity. And again, the reason why a creditor may carry a debit balance is simply on this simple basis. One, we, the business, we buy goods on credit from the supplier/creditors. We agree that we're going to pay at a later date. When the later date comes, we, the business, had made payment. Now, once we had made payment in full for these goods that we have initially purchased, we no longer owe these persons. Them not owe we not owe them. Blank, so no balance at all. However, at a further later date, we, the business, has now discovered that something is wrong. They may deliver to us an incorrect good, or during transit the goods may damage, or the goods is spoiled, or whatever the reason is why we, the business, now have to now return the goods to the supplier who we buy it from initially. And this is called a return outwards, because we return it back, we return it from the business, out from the business, back to the supplier. Or the other name for return outwards is called purchases return. Now, in this regard, student, because we, the business, have already paid these suppliers/creditors earlier, and now we are then returning some of the goods to them, those supplier or that supplier will then now in turn owe us, the business, for the goods in which we have returned. Again, it's the same principle as I give with regards to sales ledger control account with debtors. Why is it that a debtor may carry a credit balance? So I'm explaining to you now on why is it that a creditor may carry a debit balance, which is the unusual norm. Unusual, not norm. Strictly unusual, no norm. Norm say that, boy, this is the way how it go. All right, moving on. Now, continuing now, students. I'm going to have now the other entries. I want you to follow me and don't lose sight of what I'm doing. Now, based on the double entry ruling, an increase in liability, which is the creditor in this case, is on the credit side. However, a reduction in liability is recorded on the debit side. So any item that I put on the debit side of the purchases ledger control account is to reduce the balance of the creditor. And any item that I put on the credit side of the purchases ledger control account is to increase the balance of the creditor. Students, candidate, you must understand those simple rules. Now, moving on. So now we're going to record the items that would affect the creditors and only the creditors. So here it goes. We're putting it on the ending date, calendar year. If it starts January 1, it ends December 31st. So here we go, December 31st. We have cash or bank. what is this cash or bank? Now, this cash or bank on the debit side is where we, the business, had paid the supplier, the customer. Now, students, remember, regarding a cash book, are you seeing me, students? Regarding a cash book, when we, the business, make payment to a supplier, in the cash book, it's recorded on the credit side because money coming out of the bank. Clear? Let me go again. Again, this recording here of cash or bank indicates that we, the business, had paid the supplier. Now, again, although this is single entry, to understand the single entry, we must understand the double entry ruling. Now, when we record the payment that we made to the creditor in the cash book on the credit side, the corresponding entry must be a debit. And look at the grand scheme of things to students, is that if we, the business, pay somebody who we owe initially, the logical sequence is simply where we're going to reduce owing them. And hence, a reduction in the balance is on the debit side of the purchases ledger control account because you're dealing with creditors. Now, moving on now to another item. Discount received. Discount received, students, is a revenue. Why so? Here's why. Discount received is where we, the business, were given a cash discount by the supplier on the basis that they are rewarding us for early payment. So because we owe them and we pay on time, them say, you know what, for your prompt payment or on-time payment, here's a little thing. They give me a discount. And so if I should pay $1,000, they give me a discount of $100, somebody just pay them $900. You get that? That $100 is really a revenue to us. Because we should have paid over $1,000, but the supplier gave us $100 as discount. So therefore, that is a revenue to us. Now remember, students, revenue carry a credit balance. Revenue is a credit balance. So therefore, if the revenue is a credit balance, the corresponding entry based on double entry ruling must be a debit. So you must follow the double entry ruling, and careful note must ensure that you are. Now again, we ain't swatting this, students. We are understanding the nature of every action that we took in order to record these entry. Now the next one, student, is our return outwards account. Now, return outwards is simply where we, the business, return the goods to the supplier who we had bought the goods from initially on the basis that we're not really satisfied with the goods. Incorrect, damaged, spoiled, whatever the reason is, we're not satisfied, so we bring the goods back to the supplier who we had actually bought it from initially. Now, here's the thing. The goods stock, which is an asset, would reduce. So hence, return outwards carry a credit balance. If the return outwards accounts carry a credit balance, the corresponding entry must be a debit. And that must be very important for you, students. You're following the double entry ruling. All right? Now, the other thing to student is, one more for this side, then we go over the debit side, the credit side. We have set off, just as though we have set off in the sales ledger control account, we have set off in the purchases ledger control account. And again, for the same very reason I had explained. For those of you who are just joining, let me just say this again. Set off. No, again, you are operating a business. You're going to have debtors, you're going to have creditors. And yes, it is possible that one individual who you do business with is both a debtor and a creditor. Why? They are a customer to you, and they're also your supplier. Going back to the Farmer Joe example regarding Price Mart. Farmer Joe is the business, Price Mart is the customer / supplier. Farmer Joe buy materials to carry out the day-to-day activity of his farm from Price Mart and credit. Price Mart, Farmer Joe then owe Price Mart. In that case, Price Mart will now be a creditor. You get that car? Farmer Joe owe Price Mart. So Price Mart, the creditor. However, Farmer Joe likewise sell Price Mart goods on credit just the same, because Price Mart buy meats, whether it's pickle, whether it's frozen chicken, pork, beef, whatever it is. Farmer Joe sell Price Mart on credit, so hence Price Mart, PM, Price Mart, the debtor. So Farmer Joe owe Price Mart, in this case, say $100,000. Price Mart, who is a debtor, owe Farmer Joe, say $90,000. Likewise, students have, like earlier, depending on the relationship that both the business Farmer Joe have with Price Mart, they may agree to say, where the hell it was, we're going to write 2 check leave for $100,000 for one and $90,000 for one. We just quit out, and whoever have the excess pay over to that person. Simple. 1 check leave rather than 2 where I write 2 check leave. A reduction in cost in operation right there. All right? And these are very important, students. You get that? However, if it is Price Mart was that person where Farmer Joe and Price Mart don't really take tea, 2 of them are going to say, you know what, you write for your blasted check, and me write my own. In that way, we don't have no issue with who pay who. You understand me? But if it is a case where we can say then, okay, Price Mart, me owe you 100,000, you owe me 90,000, like we quit out the 90,000, so 0, take out the 90,000 out of that, me only owe you 10,000. So me just write you a $10,000 check instead of $100,000. Price Mart say, all right, cool, Farmer Joe, nice doing business with you, shake on, move on. You understand me? Maintain relationship. So, again, this is called set-off. If you notice the set-off both reduce the debtor balance from 90 to 0, and it reduced the creditor balance from 100 to 10, both reduction. Now, in the sales ledger control account, which represents debtor, you notice the set-off is on the credit side of the sales ledger control account to indicate that the debtor balance is being reduced. For the purchases ledger control accounts now, students, we're going to realize that the set-off is on the debit side because any debit entry would have reduced the credit balance. You get that? And as can see there, based on the demo that I give you with regards to the figures. So hence, the set-off against the sales ledger is recorded there. So now, as I did tell you, students, the purchase ledger control account is not as compounded as the sales ledger control account. So I'm going to move on now over to the sales ledger, to the credit side of the purchases ledger control account. The end of the period, December 31st. We are going to talk about purchases right here. Why? Here goes. We, the business, buy goods on credit from our supplier / creditor. What will happen, students, is that the purchases accounts is goods coming in. So you're going to record on the debit side of the purchases account. So based on the double entry ruling, because you record on the debit side of the purchases accounts, you must record on the credit side of the creditor account. So that's why purchases come on the credit side of the purchases ledger control account. Another thing you must understand is that if we buy goods on credit from a creditor or a supplier, don't we go and owe them more? So that will increase the balance of owing, no sir? So that's why the credit balance, our credit entry would increase the balance of owing to the supplier. Now, moving on to the other one, where we're going to have interest expense. Now, interest expense, students, is where the supplier charge us, the business, for not paying on time, not meeting our obligation. You get that? We take too long to pay, so them say, you know, charge you an interest on the amount. But all of this would be really in the agreement and so forth, you know, that you're signed to. I must tell you. You get that? Now, it would be an expense to us because it's a charge to us, the business. You get that? Expense, as we know it, carry a debit balance. Again, students, this must be a reminder for you guys, because this topic, the adjustment topic, we would have to do all those elementary topics for you to understand the adjustment topic. All right? So, interest expense. Expense carry a debit, so the corresponding entry must be a credit. So the interest expense is recorded there. Now, one student may ask, then sir, just like how we have this on a check or return check in the sales ledger control account, why we can't have it in a purchases ledger control account? Now students, listen up. The return check is simply where a customer paying us by check, but their check is bounced. We, the business, we're not going to make no provision so we're going to pay somebody on the check bounce. No, we're not into that, because as far as we can tell, the check me give you solid as a rock. You go to the bank and you cash it and you move on your merry way. So we don't have this on a check in regards to purchases ledger control account. Because, I mean, I wish business are create and you make plan, you make provision or you make some sort of thing where you now your check go bounce. No, man, if I see that in your book, man, me stay for 5 years business, you're presumptuous too. Pantapite if you do that. So we don't do that. You understand me? Good. You can control how a next man operate, you know, but you can control how you, the business, operate. You understand me? Good. So, we don't see that in the purchases ledger control accounts. Now we're moving on. Now after that, students, likewise, we're going to talk about the closing balances for the purchases ledger control account. Again, the closing balance can carry 2 balances or 1. If we carry 1 balance, likewise, we should know that is a credit balance. Now, moving on. So we have balance CD XXX over here. And again, I'm just making a provision if it's 2 balance. So, and then we now tally up. So remember, student, if the closing balance is a debit balance, the corresponding CD must be on the credit side. You get that? If the closing balance is a debit balance, because you're going to bring it down on the debit side. And remember, student, is this closing balance, whatever the brought down is, that tell you what type of balance it is. The brought down tell you whether it's a debit balance or a credit balance. The CD, no. The CD just equate both sides. That's what the job of the CD is. You get that? BAL CD. Good. So now we're going to tally up, ensuring that the tally lines are on the same horizontal level. So therefore, these are missing rows. Do not put the tally line there, students. You're wrong as hell. You get that? Moving on. So you must have the gap, dear students. That's the principle of writing the accounts. All right, so here we're going the total here and double line to close the statement or the account. Then now we're going to bring down in the new period. Remember the day after December 31st, 2025 must be January 1, 2026. So therefore, we're going into a new year. Now the balance CD on the credit side is then brought down to the opposite side, which is the debit side. You get that? So we have January 1, BAL, BD are brought down or brought forward, would have been XXX. This balance CD on this side is brought down over this side here. The balance CD on the debit side is brought down on the credit side. So we have January 1. Brought forward or brought down, XXX. And now this will now be your purchases ledger control account. Again, let me warn you. Let me warn you. Now the truth is that you swatting this ain't helping you, not going to help you. Do not swat it. Understand the nature of it, and in that way, you're very good to go. I'm just going to quickly, because time is against me, I'm going to quickly go through just a one question. Now, here the examiner give me a question. We're just going to walk you through this to the students, so listen up carefully. They said that the trial balance of B. Blake at 31st of December 2006 reveal a difference in the books. What that means, the debit column of the trial balance does not agree with the credit column of the trial balance. In other words, they don't have the same amount. You get that? Which trial balance, they have to have the same amount. All right? Moving on. In order for that error to be located, she decided, that is B. Burke, decided to prepare purchases and sales ledger control account. Now, from the following information, prepare the control accounts and indicate where the error or where an error may occur. Now, students, the examiner may give you a listing, and they may give you a listing with everything relating to purchases ledger control account and sales ledger control account mix up. And you then have to then pick out which one is relating to the customer, which one is relating to the supplier. You get that, student? So you have to understand that. So let me here's the balance. Just listen me out on the balance. So here then give me a purchases ledger balance on January 1, 2006. They don't tell you whether it's debit or credit. So you know that because it's a purchases ledger balance, it must be a credit balance. You get that? Because credit carry debit a credit balance. Then they give you the sales ledger balance as of January 1, 2006 for 19,744. Again, they don't tell you whether it's a debit or credit, but you, the candidate / student, should know that that must be a debit balance. If they want to indicate the abnormal balances, they have to indicate it. You get that? But explicitly or implied. Now, the other balance that they give you is a purchases journal. Now, you see, these are things that were kind of tricky, you know. But you must understand that you would have done the you would have done the different journals. All right? We know that if they speak about purchases journal, that must be the total credit sale, the total credit purchases. Once it's a purchases journal, so if you look for the word credit purchases at all times, you're going to be confused. The examiner will just tell you purchases journal, and that's an indication that it is credit purchases. They will give you sales journal, and that's an indication that that's credit sales. The examiner will also give you cash sales or cash purchases, and you should know that the cash sales or cash purchases that does not go into the control account. Moving on. Return outwards journal would have be a total return outwards. Return inwards journal would have be a total return inwards. We know that return outwards refers to the creditor because we, the business, return the goods back to the supplier, which is the creditor. We know that the return inwards journal refers to the debtor on the basis that the customer who is the debtor return goods that was previously sold by us back to us. You get that? So that's return inwards. Now, checks paid to supplier. Once I say supplier, remember I tell you the names that they will tell you? Suppliers, creditors. You get that? So, you know, checks paid to creditors. Clearly, if you make payment by check to creditor, you know that where it goes based on the formula that you have given. Now, petty cash paid to supplier, likewise, once you're making a payment to supplier, you know where it goes based on the formula that I've given you with the explanation and reason behind it. Then we talk about check and cash received from customer. If you receive that from customer, once it relates to customer, it must be debtors. You get that? So you know where that goes, decide in the sales ledger control account. Then we speak about discount allowed. Again, student think. You have to get into the habit of thinking and stop just look on term and just don't understand what it means and the significance of it. Stop it. Because it's not going to help you. This exam is a matter of how you can apply yourself, apply your knowledge, not swatting. You apply your knowledge because you know that discount allowed is an expense because we, the business, give the customer the discount. That's what discount allowed is. Discount received now is regards to the creditors on the basis that is the supplier who give us, the business, the discount. Is that understood? So you see, if you don't take these things into consideration, students, control account as you know it will be misery for you. Not that it has to be, you choose to have it to be a misery for you. So think about what you're doing. All right, moving on. Bad debt written off, again, bad debt. Who would that be bad debt? It doesn't have to be the debtor who owe you the business. You understand me? I don't like you the business I plan to be a bad debt to somebody else. You're mad? If you make that provision and me ever pick up that in your business, me not do business with you because you plan to be all crosses to me already and we don't want that. All right? But sales ledger, in the sales ledger control account, the bad debt must be the customer because you can't control the customer. You can control you, but you can't control the customer. So the customer may go bad. The customer may die or they go bankrupt. So the bad debt, so it's, you absorb that. So once you hear bad debt, it refers to the debtor, which is the sales ledger control account. Again, once you hear customer check dishonored, again, customer has to deal with debtors. That's all? Has to deal with debtors. So therefore, students, likewise, again, that would have to do with the sales ledger control account that customer check dishonored. And then we have contra settlement. Contra settlement between sales ledger and purchases ledger is the same set off. Set off is regard to a contra settlement. You get that? Now let me quickly, students, with the time that I have left, let me quickly deal with the sales ledger control account. Now I have to now do it smaller on the basis that I'm doing both of them at the same time. So this is sales ledger control account, purchases ledger control accounts. The year that they give is 2006. So we say 2006. Student, make it a habit to do the right thing. Make it a habit in accounts to do the right thing. Now, first thing we get, in this case, students, they give us only one balance. Luckily for you, one balance. So you don't have to worry how the unusual come in. You get that? Although you should not, because you get the explanation on it. Moving on. Purchases ledger balance. They give us 11,874. So we say January 1. BAL, BD, the opening balance, 11,874. Remember, they don't tell you what balance it is, because you must know that if the examiner give you one balance for the purchases ledger control account, it has to be a credit balance, because these are creditor. Then they give you the opening balance for the sales ledger balance at January 1, 2006, 19,744. Again, one balance, so you don't have to worry which one goes where. It must be a debit, because these are customers. Debtor carry the norm is the debit. January 1. So this must be January 1. Balance BD 19,744. Now, again, there's a purchases journal. Clearly, you can't look for sales ledger. Purchases journal would have to deal with the credit purchases. So that's creditors. Now, purchases journal is a credit purchase. Purchases carry a debit, so the corresponding entry must be a credit. At the end of the period, December 31st, purchases. And you don't have to indicate whether it's credit or not, because our only credit can even can go here, 154,562. Then we talk about the sales journal. Sales journal represent credit sales. Who we sell goods to? Customers. You get that? Customers is debtor, so it's a sales ledger control account. Again, sales carry a credit entry, so the corresponding entry must be a debit. Students, you realize I'm not swatting. I'm using my knowledge of double entry ruling to indicate where I place the item. So that is 199,662. Then we talk about return outwards. Return outwards refers to the supplier, which is the creditor. Return outwards carry a credit balance, so therefore the corresponding entry must be a debit in the purchases ledger control account. December 31st, return outwards would have been, return outwards is 2,648. Now for the return inwards journal, return inwards represent customer bringing back the goods to us. These are debtors. Customers is debtor. So sales as a control account, return inwards carry debit balance. Corresponding entry must be a credit. So therefore, December 31st, return inwards. Just shortening up for now, return inwards, which is 4,556. Then we have checks paid to suppliers. Checks paid to supplier have to do with the creditors. So over there, so creditors are over there. So you get that? Purchases ledger control account. So checks paid to supplier, 146,100. If you made a check payment to supplier, you're going to owe them less. A reduction in the liability creditor is on the debit side. December 31st, bank. So once you talk about check, you're referring to the bank. Bank is 146,100. Then we talk about petty cash paid to supplier. Again, we're still making a payment to supplier. That has to do with the creditors, which is the purchases ledger control account. Here, cash. Or if you want to say petty cash, no big deal, $78. Then we talk about check and cash received from customer. Once you speak about customer, it's related to debtor. Debtor is found in the sales ledger. You get that? Now, if you receive the cash and check in the cash book, it's on the debit side, so the corresponding entry must be a credit. So, cash and check, so cash and bank in regards to the customer is 185,960. Then we talk about discount allowed, is where we the business allow discount to who? Must be the customer and so, because then we sell goods too. So discount allowed is an expense carry debit, so the corresponding entry must be a credit. So that's discount allowed. All right, so which is 5830. So students, the gist of it, what I want is for us to get how we record it, and then you can do your own balancing off after that. All right, moving on. Discount received is a revenue. Discount received refers to where we receive discount from our supplier, which is our creditor. Discount received is a credit balance, so the corresponding entry must be a debit. Discount received. Discount received 2,134. Bad debt written off. Bad debt written off has to relate into the debtor, because for them debt will go bad. You get that? So therefore, bad debt is an expense. Expense carry debit, so the corresponding entry must be a credit. Bad debt. However, provision for bad debt does not go here. Students, don't get confused with that one. 396. Then we talk about customer check dishonored. Again, a dishonored check is reversing the entry that you have received from customer. You get that? Thereby reinstating back the customer's debt. A customer's debt being reinstated means that it increased the debtor balance, so it's on the debit side, which is return check. And the return check is $30. Then the last one, student, contra entry settlement between sales ledger and purchases ledger. All right? So now, contra entry is where both account is affected. So contra entry, which is the set off, will reduce the purchases ledger, reduction in creditor liabilities on the debit side. So we have set off against sales ledger, and the amount is $1,036. That same set off is used for the sales ledger control account to reduce the sales ledger as well. Debtor being reduced is on the credit side. So here it goes. So we have set off against the purchases ledger, $1,036. And then students, they said that at December 31st, the list of balances were given. Purchases ledger is $14,530. Because purchases ledger carry credit balance, the corresponding entry must be a debit. So the BAL CD, we're just doing this and we stop right here. BAL CD for this one is $14,530, while for the balance for the sales ledger is $21,658. It's only one single balance. We know it's a debit balance. So since that debit balance, the corresponding CD is on the credit side, and we stop right here. Amounted to $21,658. And there you go now, students. All you have to do now is to apply yourself and then go ahead and total both sides, close off, bring down the balance, and you're good to go. Again, students, remember, do not swat it. It won't help you understand the nature of every entry, which you would have had some backdrop from the earlier time. Have a good day.
Overseas Examinations Commission can help. The local service charges $3,960 Jamaican dollars. Apply using our new service portal, OEC Online. With OEC Online, you can pay for our services from anywhere, right at your fingertips. Locate us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5, or 18 Queens Drive, Montego Bay, or call 876-618-3721, or visit our website at overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC, your trusted partner for certificate services. Exceptional customer service is key in today's competitive world. Whether you're an educational institution or a small to medium-sized business, the OEC Customer Service Support Center has you covered. From tailored contact center services to advanced WebEx technology, our dedicated team ensures your brand shines. Elevate your customer experience with the OEC. Visit us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5. Call 876-618-3721 or email help@overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC Customer Support Center, your partner in growth. Need to replace or amend your exam certificate? The Overseas Examinations Commission can help. The local service charges $3,960 Jamaican dollars. Apply using our new service portal, OEC Online. With OEC Online, you can pay for our services from anywhere, right at your fingertips. Locate us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5, or 18 Queens Drive, Montego Bay, or call 876-618-3721, or visit our website at overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC, your trusted partner for certificate services. Exceptional customer service is key in today's competitive world. Whether you're an educational institution or a small to medium-sized business, the OEC Customer Service Support Center has you covered. From tailored contact center services to advanced WebEx technology, our dedicated team ensures your brand shines. Elevate your customer experience with the OEC. Visit us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5. Call 876-618-3721 or email help@overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC Customer Support Center, your partner in growth. Need to replace or amend your exam certificate? The Overseas Examinations Commission can help. The local service charges $3,960 Jamaican dollars. Apply using our new service portal, OEC Online. With OEC Online, you can pay for our services from anywhere, right at your fingertips. Locate us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5, or 18 Queens Drive, Montego Bay, or call 876-618-3721, or visit our website at overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC, your trusted partner for certificate services. Exceptional customer service is key in today's competitive world. Whether you're an educational institution or a small to medium-sized business, the OEC Customer Service Support Center has you covered. From tailored contact center services to advanced WebEx technology, our dedicated team ensures your brand shines. Elevate your customer experience with the OEC. Visit us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5. Call 876-618-3721 or email help@overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC Customer Support Center, your partner in growth. Need to replace or amend your exam certificate? The Overseas Examinations Commission can help. The local service charges $3,960 Jamaican dollars. Apply using our new service portal, OEC Online. With OEC Online, you can pay for our services from anywhere, right at your fingertips. Locate us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5, or 18 Queens Drive, Montego Bay, or call 876-618-3721, or visit our website at overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC, your trusted partner for certificate services. Exceptional customer service is key in today's competitive world. Whether you're an educational institution or a small to medium-sized business, the OEC Customer Service Support Center has you covered. From tailored contact center services to advanced WebEx technology, our dedicated team ensures your brand shines. Elevate your customer experience with the OEC. Visit us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5. Call 876-618-3721 or email help@overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC Customer Support Center, your partner in growth. Need to replace or amend your exam certificate? The Overseas Examinations Commission can help. The local service charges $3,960 Jamaican dollars. Apply using our new service portal, OEC Online. With OEC Online, you can pay for our services from anywhere, right at your fingertips. Locate us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5, or 18 Queens Drive, Montego Bay, or call 876-618-3721, or visit our website at overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC, your trusted partner for certificate services. Exceptional customer service is key in today's competitive world. Whether you're an educational institution or a small to medium-sized business, the OEC Customer Service Support Center has you covered. From tailored contact center services to advanced WebEx technology, our dedicated team ensures your brand shines. Elevate your customer experience with the OEC. Visit us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5. Call 876-618-3721 or email help@overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC Customer Support Center, your partner in growth. Need to replace or amend your exam certificate? The Overseas Examinations Commission can help. The local service charges $3,960 Jamaican dollars. Apply using our new service portal, OEC Online. With OEC Online, you can pay for our services from anywhere, right at your fingertips. Locate us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5, or 18 Queens Drive, Montego Bay, or call 876-618-3721, or visit our website at overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC, your trusted partner for certificate services. Exceptional customer service is key in today's competitive world. Whether you're an educational institution or a small to medium-sized business, the OEC Customer Service Support Center has you covered. From tailored contact center services to advanced WebEx technology, our dedicated team ensures your brand shines. Elevate your customer experience with the OEC. Visit us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5. Call 876-618-3721 or email help@overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC Customer Support Center, your partner in growth. Need to replace or amend your exam certificate? The Overseas Examinations Commission can help. The local service charges $3,960 Jamaican dollars. Apply using our new service portal, OEC Online. With OEC Online, you can pay for our services from anywhere, right at your fingertips. Locate us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5, or 18 Queens Drive, Montego Bay, or call 876-618-3721, or visit our website at overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC, your trusted partner for certificate services. Exceptional customer service is key in today's competitive world. Whether you're an educational institution or a small to medium-sized business, the OEC Customer Service Support Center has you covered. From tailored contact center services to advanced WebEx technology, our dedicated team ensures your brand shines. Elevate your customer experience with the OEC. Visit us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5. Call 876-618-3721 or email help@overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC Customer Support Center, your partner in growth. Need to replace or amend your exam certificate? The Overseas Examinations Commission can help. The local service charges $3,960 Jamaican dollars. Apply using our new service portal, OEC Online. With OEC Online, you can pay for our services from anywhere, right at your fingertips. Locate us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5, or 18 Queens Drive, Montego Bay, or call 876-618-3721, or visit our website at overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC, your trusted partner for certificate services. Exceptional customer service is key in today's competitive world. Whether you're an educational institution or a small to medium-sized business, the OEC Customer Service Support Center has you covered. From tailored contact center services to advanced WebEx technology, our dedicated team ensures your brand shines. Elevate your customer experience with the OEC. Visit us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5. Call 876-618-3721 or email help@overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC Customer Support Center, your partner in growth. Need to replace or amend your exam certificate? The Overseas Examinations Commission can help. The local service charges $3,960 Jamaican dollars. Apply using our new service portal, OEC Online. With OEC Online, you can pay for our services from anywhere, right at your fingertips. Locate us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5, or 18 Queens Drive, Montego Bay, or call 876-618-3721, or visit our website at overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC, your trusted partner for certificate services. Exceptional customer service is key in today's competitive world. Whether you're an educational institution or a small to medium-sized business, the OEC Customer Service Support Center has you covered. From tailored contact center services to advanced WebEx technology, our dedicated team ensures your brand shines. Elevate your customer experience with the OEC. Visit us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5. Call 876-618-3721 or email help@overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC Customer Support Center, your partner in growth. Need to replace or amend your exam certificate? The Overseas Examinations Commission can help. The local service charges $3,960 Jamaican dollars. Apply using our new service portal, OEC Online. With OEC Online, you can pay for our services from anywhere, right at your fingertips. Locate us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5, or 18 Queens Drive, Montego Bay, or call 876-618-3721, or visit our website at overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC, your trusted partner for certificate services. Exceptional customer service is key in today's competitive world. Whether you're an educational institution or a small to medium-sized business, the OEC Customer Service Support Center has you covered. From tailored contact center services to advanced WebEx technology, our dedicated team ensures your brand shines. Elevate your customer experience with the OEC. Visit us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5. Call 876-618-3721 or email help@overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC Customer Support Center, your partner in growth. Need to replace or amend your exam certificate? The Overseas Examinations Commission can help. The local service charges $3,960 Jamaican dollars. Apply using our new service portal, OEC Online. With OEC Online, you can pay for our services from anywhere, right at your fingertips. Locate us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5, or 18 Queens Drive, Montego Bay, or call 876-618-3721, or visit our website at overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC, your trusted partner for certificate services. customer service is key in today's competitive world. Whether you're an educational institution or a small to medium-sized business, the OEC Customer Service Support Center has you covered. From tailored contact center services to advanced WebEx technology, our dedicated team ensures your brand shines. Elevate your customer experience with the OEC. Visit us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5. Call 876-618-3721 or email help@overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC Customer Support Center, your partner in growth. Need to replace or amend your exam certificate? The Overseas Examinations Commission can help. The local service charges $3,960 Jamaican dollars. Apply using our new service portal, OEC Online. With OEC Online, you can pay for our services from anywhere, right at your fingertips. Locate us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5, or 18 Queens Drive, Montego Bay, or call 876-618-3721, or visit our website at overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC, your trusted partner for certificate services. Exceptional customer service is key in today's competitive world. Whether you're an educational institution or a small to medium-sized business, the OEC Customer Service Support Center has you covered. From tailored contact center services to advanced WebEx technology, our dedicated team ensures your brand shines. Elevate your customer experience with the OEC. Visit us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5. Call 876-618-3721 or email help@overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC Customer Support Center, your partner in growth. Need to replace or amend your exam certificate? The Overseas Examinations Commission can help. The local service charges $3,960 Jamaican dollars. Apply using our new service portal, OEC Online. With OEC Online, you can pay for our services from anywhere, right at your fingertips. Locate us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5, or 18 Queens Drive, Montego Bay, or call 876-618-3721, or visit our website at overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC, your trusted partner for certificate services. Exceptional customer service is key in today's competitive world. Whether you're an educational institution or a small to medium-sized business, the OEC Customer Service Support Center has you covered. From tailored contact center services to advanced WebEx technology, our dedicated team ensures your brand shines. Elevate your customer experience with the OEC. Visit us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5. Call 876-618-3721 or email help@overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC Customer Support Center, your partner in growth. Need to replace or amend your exam certificate? The Overseas Examinations Commission can help. The local service charges $3,960 Jamaican dollars. Apply using our new service portal, OEC Online. With OEC Online, you can pay for our services from anywhere, right at your fingertips. Locate us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5, or 18 Queens Drive, Montego Bay, or call 876-618-3721, or visit our website at overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC, your trusted partner for certificate services. Exceptional customer service is key in today's competitive world. Whether you're an educational institution or a small to medium-sized business, the OEC Customer Service Support Center has you covered. From tailored contact center services to advanced WebEx technology, our dedicated team ensures your brand shines. Elevate your customer experience with the OEC. Visit us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5. Call 876-618-3721 or email help@overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC Customer Support Center, your partner in growth. Need to replace or amend your exam certificate? The Overseas Examinations Commission can help. The local service charges $3,960 Jamaican dollars. Apply using our new service portal, OEC Online. With OEC Online, you can pay for our services from anywhere, right at your fingertips. Locate us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5, or 18 Queens Drive, Montego Bay, or call 876-618-3721, or visit our website at overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC, your trusted partner for certificate services.
Okay, welcome back. Again, as it is, I'm here again for another subject. My name is Damien Chippy from Chippy Tutoring Services. However, today, I'll be focusing on physics. Now, with regards to the syllabus, I'll be more focusing on thermal physics. In other words, although thermal physics is very wide, but you're going to see me focus more on heat energy, all right? Now, students, this part of the syllabus is not challenging, in my view, that is. However, I know why some of you may have great difficulty with this area of the topic, all right? Now, with this area of the topic, your calculation ability must be on par, all right? But first, we're going to break down of some various theories, all right? So now, with this aspect of your syllabus, I'm focusing on heat capacity, all right? Moreover, talk about heated energy first. Now, what is heated energy? Students, you don't necessarily have to try to be, try to be more profound, and that's not, I can tell you, that's not what CXC is really gunning for. CXC is really asking you to apply yourself based on your knowledge. Focus on your knowledge, students. Don't think that it is anything out ordinary from what you are associated with. Whether in class, whether it's around you, it doesn't matter. At home, community, otherwise, focus what is around you, All right? Now, okay, before I start off with heat energy, let us go to the different theory of heat. There are two theories of heat, by the way. We have the caloric theory, and we have the kinetic theory. Now, students, the caloric theory was actually the first theory with regards to heat. Now, one can imagine back then in the early times, the caloric theory was really hold on to, especially if it's coming from these type of physicists who are known to be esteemed scholar. All right? So the caloric theory was used to explain the theory of heat. All right? Now, caloric theory states that heat is a substance, all right, a fluid, all right, with mass. The caloric theory also states that an increase in temperature is by way of an increase in caloric. A reduction in temperature is by way of a removal of caloric from a body. So in other words, it said that you get warmer the more caloric theory is added to the substance. Now, and your temperature reduce, because the thing is, student, I'm trying to shy away from the word cold. You might find me contradicting regarding with this, but really, there's no such word in physics as being cold. You understand me? It's just that we talk about the removal of heat energy and the increase of heat energy to a substance or a body. Now, with the increase in caloric, the body temperature increase. With a reduction in caloric, the body temperature reduces. Now, here's the funny thing about caloric theory, student. There's certain things that caloric theory cannot really explain. Like, for instance, if we say caloric theory is a mass, they say it have a mass, but yet still, it can't really give an account for when you add a caloric to a substance, however, the mass of the substance remain unchanged. Also, talk about removing caloric from a substance. It doesn't really give an account why the removal of the substance will tell you that the caloric from a substance, it tell you that, okay, the mass still remain unchanged. So the caloric theory was proven to have some holes in their theory. So as human beings, as we are going to try to find a more suitable explanation, especially to debunk what the caloric theory cannot explain. All right? And hence, there goes its rival theory, the kinetic theory. The kinetic theory seeks to explain a lot of things. Whatever one is more suitable to give the explanation, that's the one we hold on to. All right? So that's the issue with the caloric theory, where the caloric theory is not necessarily used going forward because there's some issues that the caloric theory can't explain. One of the things that caloric theory, also a big major issue that the caloric theory can't explain, is this. Now, when we're talking about change of phase, because you would have learned change of phase, meaning that change from liquid to gas or solid to liquid, the caloric theory can't explain why is it that during this change of phase, why is it that the temperature, no matter how much I apply heat source to the substance, the temperature of the substance do not change. Again, Based on the caloric theory, it said that the more you apply caloric to a substance or a body, the more the temperature increase. However, there come a point where the body a change its phase, either from solid to liquid, from liquid to gas, the temperature remain unchanged, and that's like a gray area for the caloric theory. They can't seem to come up with it. So the rival theory is now born, kinetic theory. Now, kinetic theory tends to be the accumulation of heat particles within the body. Now, with this theory, students, there comes the whole concept of heat energy. All right? Now, what is heat? Now, heat, student, is a form of energy. That's why I say heated energy. Now, when a body increases temperature, what happens is that it is said that the body gains heat. However, when a body loses temperature, the body loses heat. So we talk about the transfer of heat from one body to a next. All right? Now, under this theory, the first thing we're going to come across is heat capacity. Now, heat capacity, student, is very, very important now that because these are very big on the syllabus. You can just assure that every year you're going to have a question that is dedicated around this topic that I'm about to explain. All right? Now, heat capacity, also denoted by the uppercase letter, the capital letter C. All right? That's a symbol for heat capacity. What is it? Heat capacity is students, going back to heat capacity, all right? Heat capacity represents the rise in temperature of a substance by 1 Kelvin. Now, careful note, student, must be taken that you do not confuse heat capacity with specific heat capacity. All right? The heat capacity does not include the mass of the body. However, specific heat capacity, which we're going to go on to further, deals with the mass, does not deal, so the specific heat capacity deals with the mass of the body, however, the heat capacity does not. So the definition of heat capacity is the rise or the change in the rising temperature of a body or substance by 1 degree Celsius or 1 Kelvin. Now, it doesn't matter if you use the unit measurement degrees Celsius or you use the unit measurement Kelvin. They're both used to measure temperature. For this topic that I'm doing, it does not matter whether it's a Kelvin or temperature. You can use them inversely or vice versa. It doesn't matter. However, there's another area under thermal physics when we're dealing with the gas law that we have to be careful of how we use the temperature scale. All right? It is considered to be different under those topics. All right? So we don't use Kelvin scale and degree Celsius scale as vice versa with regards to gas laws. But when it comes on to the heat capacity, specific heat capacity, heated energy, we don't differentiate between the two. Now, the formula for heat capacity is EH over change in temperature. This triangle here means change. The EH, student, the H is subscript. The EH is heated energy. That's what it symbolizes, heated energy. Now, then we have specific heat capacity. Which is denoted by a lowercase c, which is a common letter C. All right? Now, specific heat capacity can be defined as the rise in temperature of a 1 kg mass of a body by 1 Kelvin. Now you notice the two definitions. One has to do with the mass of the body, the other does not. The heat capacity represents the rising temperature of a substance or body by 1 Kelvin. All right, the specific heat capacity denoted by the lowercase c is the rising temperature of a 1 kg mass body by 1 Kelvin. All right, the heat. So what it's really saying is that the heated energy needed to raise the temperature of the body by 1 Kelvin. Let me write a formal definition. This is a formal definition. Now look, pay attention carefully, students, because we need a formal definition. For the heat capacity can be defined as the heated energy which is the heated energy needed to raise the temperature of a body by 1 Kelvin or 1 degree Celsius. And again, you can use the Kelvin scale or the degree Celsius scale interchangeably. So if I said 30 Kelvin, I can easily say 30 degrees Celsius, and it does not matter under heat energy. However, under the same thermal physics going forward at a later topic, where we talk about gas law, we have to differentiate the two. All right, but as it is now, there's no focusing on the differentiation of the two. You can use them interchangeably, and it does not matter. Now, so this is a formal definition of heat capacity. Now, coming on now to specific heat capacity now, we say specific heat capacity can be defined as the amount of heated energy needed to raise a 1 kg mass of a body by 1 Kelvin or 1 degree Celsius. So the difference between the two, students, is that one takes the mass of the body into consideration, the other does not. However, what is similar between the two, they talk about the heated energy that is needed to raise the temperature of a body by 1 Kelvin, meaning how much heat is needed to increase the temperature of a substance. That's basically what it's saying. And that is why the caloric theory could not give an account for this. Why? Because depending on the substance or body, they're made of different material. So therefore, if you add calorie to a substance A and from a heat source and add calorie to a substance B from the same heat sources, both substances A and B may not have the same temperature reading, even though the substances are the same mass and the same heat source that is being applied to them. Now, the caloric theory could not explain why is that, all right? However, the kinetic theory would tell you that, look, different substances are made of different material. So therefore, one material or the other can either absorb heat more quicker or faster than the other. So that is what explains it, how the particles are arranged in the body or substance. All right, how is it the particles are arranged? Depending on how they do in absorbing heat energy. All right. So with the heat capacity formula, it is big C equal to EH over delta T. Delta, which is a triangle, means change in temperature. Now, the specific heat capacity is little c equal to heated energy over the mass of the substance M times change in temperature. All right? Good. So now, big C is heat capacity. Very important that you know these, students, because you're going to see how at times I'm going to tell you something that the examiner normally have you do regarding these two. All right? Little c is specific heat capacity. Then we talk about E subscript H is heated energy. We talk about delta T, mean temperature change or change in temperature. And the M mean mass. All right, so again, students, look carefully on the symbol. You have to know what they mean. All right. So heat capacity is heated energy over change in temperature, while specific heat capacity, which is little c or common letter C, is heated energy over mass time change in temperature. And I give you the meaning for all of these. Now, students, take the time out to take down these information because I'm going to move on. It's very important. Now, at times, the examiner will ask you to manipulate the formula of both heat capacity and specific heat capacity. I realize that, from time to time, CXC would ask that of you, all right, in various ways. But as long as you know how to manipulate the formula, student, that is okay. Remember, I tell you that under this area with physics, your mathematics competence must be high, all right? Because we're going to go on to some manipulation skills now, which we learn in maths that is really transposition of the formula, all right? Now, let me take this down to move on. So now we're moving on to manipulation of the heat capacity and specific heat capacity formula. Manipulation of heat capacity. You know what symbol, students, I'm using the symbol. Manipulation of heat capacity and specific heat capacity formula. That's what we're doing. So big C is EH over delta T. Small c equal to EH over mass times change in temperature. Now the examiner sometimes would ask you to transpose the C formula with respect to the big C, meaning that we're going to still have the C formula, but for some reason, big C going to be inside here. Very, very important that you know that, students, all right? Now, transposing for small c, for specific heat capacity, with regards to heat capacity, big C. Now, watch me carefully, students. If you notice the two formula, big C, heat capacity, both of them, both big C and small c, heat capacity and specific heat capacity, have the same denominator, EH, which is heated energy. Now, because I'm transposing for small c, I'm going to first go right over to big C and transpose big C for the commonality of the numerator. In this case, because this is a fraction, numerator EH over specific heat capacity. We are now going to transpose this for big C. We know that in mathematics, here, the right-hand side here is a fraction. The big C here is a value, whole value. We just put it over 1 to make it be a fraction as well as the right side. The next thing we do after, we then multiply diagonally. What do I mean by that? Is where the numerator of one side is multiplied by the denominator of the other side. The denominator of one side is multiplied by the numerator of the other side. So the reason for this is to break up the fraction, all right? Remember now we're transposing for EH. So EH times 1 is EH. Let me use that marker that you can actually see properly, preferably the black marker. So the EH times 1 is still EH, equal to C times big C times delta T is big C delta T. Now, look carefully again, students. The examiner is asking you to manipulate both the heat capacity formula, big C, and specific heat capacity formula. However, they're directing you how you must manipulate it. They say transpose for big C. Because you transpose for small c, that is specific heat capacity. What you want, the value that you're transposing for, you make it alone be on one side of the equation. So again, small c is here already. You want to maintain it right there. So hence, small c now is right there already. However, if you notice this EH here, what we're going to do now is we're going to substitute this EH for what we find EH to be with the transpose heat capacity formula. So EH is equal to heat capacity times change in temperature, delta T. So we're going now is like removing this and replace it for big C delta T. So therefore, that's what substitution is, all right? Replacing one value, one variable for the other. So here we have the EH is being replaced for big C change in temperature over the said denominator mass times change in temperature. Now for those who are well down in maths, you will know that we can then cancel delta T for both the numerator and denominator, it now leaves you little c is equal to big C over m. So now, sometimes the examiner would ask you to write the specific heat capacity with regards to the heat capacity formula, with regards to big C, and this is the formula. Specific heat capacity is equal to heat capacity over mass. Now, careful, make sure you have this down, students, because I'm going to do it the other way around, where I want to transpose for big C with regards to small c. Just the other way around. Mark you, from the looks of this, I could have easily transposed this one right here. For those of you who are very good at transposition, if I'm transposing for big C, I put this over 1, multiply diagonally. Big C times 1 is big C, equal to C times M is Cm. So this is, if I'm giving it in regards to heat capacity, it would be big C equal to Cm. But I don't want to show you from that route, student. I want to show you from the route of manipulating this specific heat capacity formula as I did earlier with the heat capacity. So the specific heat capacity is heated energy over mass times change in temperature. Now pay attention to the optics of what I'm doing, students. Now we're going to say for big C with regards to small c. All right? Now, in this particular situation now, students, I'm now going to show you how I manipulate the small c here, formula, substitute it into the big C, and I get the same answer. Now, again, I want it in regards to small c. So I want this small c to come over here. To do that, student, I have to look at the commonality between both of them. And based on heat capacity and specific heat capacity, they both have the same denominator, numerator, sorry, the top number, numerator, EH. The denominator is different because this is mass time change in temperature and this is just change in temperature. So we focus on the numerator, EH. Now, so I'm going to get the specific heat capacity. Then going to make this over 1 multiplied diagonally for EH. EH times 1 is EH equal to C times M times change in temperature is Cm change in temperature, which is small c, of course, we're talking about. Now, after which now we're going to substitute the heated energy in this for what the value is, which is small c specific heat capacity times mass times change in temperature. So right here now is like me moving this, replacing it for this. Cm change in temperature. So here goes. Big C now equal to removing the EH for Cm change in temperature over the change in temperature as is. Now again, students, when you have the same value at the numerator and the denominator, we can simply, well, cancel it. So now, big C now, big C is now Cm. So now, therefore, students, the two ways in which you can write the formula with regards to both heat capacity and specific heat capacity is here now. So for small c, it would be big C over mass. And for big C, it will be small c times mass. And that's the way, students, the examiner like to play on these two formulas. All right, students, so you have to understand this is a very common assault by the examiner. They like to play on these formula, so you must get a hold on how we manipulate. Students, you'll be using the word manipulate. Many of you use the word manipulation as a negative word. Well, English language may tell you that it's a negative word, but the truth is, students, it's not a negative word. It's a matter of the intention of the person who is using it. You understand me? So therefore, students, manipulation is good. We have to manipulate in order to solve problems. Is that understood? As it is now, based on what goes on by the West, there's a lot of manipulation going on in order to solve the problem. There's a lot of problem down there, and that's what we do to solve problems. All right? Now, still under heat energy, students, coming on now to the other pointer that would be of high interest to you under that, because this is the area where we do most of our calculation with regards to thermal physics in the exam. All right, so hence my concentration on this topic here is warrant. All right, just about any past paper you can think of, you're going to realize that you're going to get this for sure in your exams. All right, moving on. Now, since we talk about specific heat capacity and heat capacity right here, students, again, what we're talking about is the energy needed to raise the temperature of a body. With regards to specific heat capacity, the energy needed to raise 1 kg mass of the body by 1 Kelvin or 1 degree Celsius. With regards to heat capacity, is the energy needed to raise the temperature of a body by 1 Kelvin. Now we're going to talk about the change of phase. When we speak about change of phase, we're speaking about from solid to liquid, and then from liquid to gas, especially for your syllabus. All right, I think again this is the direction in which the change of phase is really demonstrated highly with your syllabus, from solid to liquid, then liquid to gas. Now remember earlier we talked about the downside of the caloric theory, the disadvantage of the caloric theory. The caloric theory does not give an explanation of when there's a change of phase with a body or substance, why is it that the temperature of the body remains the same even though the heat source is still applied to the body? What do I mean by this, students? Layman term. Just think about you putting on a pot of water on the stove. Now, again, you bring the water to a boil. However, once the water reaches the boiling point, what happens now, students, the water now, which is a liquid, is then changing its phase to a gas. We know the gas, what is the gas called? From a liquid to a gas. The gas is known as the vapor. You get that? Good. Now, students, the caloric theory doesn't explain that. How is it that we still have a pot on the stove and it's a bubble boiling, that is? Why is it that the temperature of the water remains the same 100 degrees Celsius? Because that's the boiling point of water. Why is it that it don't change even though it's still up on the stove? The caloric theory could not account for that, student, and that's why the kinetic theory comes in. All right? Now, student, its simple mean, student, is that for using the kinetic theory, student, using the kinetic theory, when the water is boiled, Now, the truth is that the whole body is at the same temperature during boiling. You get that? So there's no higher it can go once it reaches the boiling point, because the particles in the substance, which is water, is all at the same temperature. Before boiling point reach, you see the temperature keep on rising. Why? There are some areas or some particles within the water that is at one temperature and another particle in the water that is at another temperature. However, that also can be explained by the transfer of heat. Right? The three processes of transfer of heat: conduction, radiation, and convection. All right, but we're not doing that today. All right. So the kinetic theory seems to explain that, but the caloric theory could not. All right. Now, what is responsible? So the change of phase. What is responsible for the change of phase? Again, we are now going to come on to something called latent heat. Now, we have two latent heat. And just like how we have two capacity, heat capacity, you have heat capacity and you have specific heat capacity, we have two different latent heat that we'll be focusing on for your syllabus, all right? Now we have the latent heat of vaporization, and then we have the latent heat of fusion. Normally, sometimes under your syllabus, CXC love to say the fusion of ice. But why though is on the basis that the solid that they refer to is normally an ice with regards to your syllabus, all right? Fusion of ice. The symbol for latent heat of vaporization is lowercase l, although my L is script, lowercase l, subscript vapor V, while this one is lowercase l, subscript F. However, the formula for both of these latent heat are the same. All right, there's no difference between the formula. It's just that in the exam, you'll normally get a standard value for latent heat of vaporization of water and latent heat of fusion of ice for water, all right? Just like you'll get a standard value for specific heat capacity of water. Once the examiner is giving you that in the exam for you to use, they will always have the standardized formula in the question, all right? Now, the formula for latent heat of vaporization is heated energy over the mass of the substance. And the latent heat of fusion of ice, likewise, is heated energy over the mass of the substance. Now, what is latent heat? Now, I'm going to give you a formula for a definition for latent heat, and I'm going to also write the definition for a formal definition for latent heat of vaporization and latent heat of fusion of ice. Why, students? I want you to have it. In other words, because sometimes the examiner will ask you for the definition and you must be able to expound on that. All right? Moving on. Now, so latent heat. Latent heat can be defined as the amount of heated energy, still heated energy, needed to change the phase of 1 kg mass of a substance. That can be regarded as a formal definition for latent heat. Again, latent heat can be defined as the amount of heated energy needed to change the phase of 1 kg mass of a substance, whether to change from solid ice to liquid water, or from liquid water to gas vapor. You understand me? It doesn't matter. All right? Now, the examiner will also ask you to give a formal definition for latent heat, specific latent heat of vaporization. So talk about specific latent heat of vaporization. Again, the symbol LV, L subscript V, lowercase l. So don't mind it's the L right here, as my students would think that's, oh, so that's a symbol. It's the letter L. You understand me? Lowercase letter to be exact, not uppercase letter. All right? Moving on. Now, we say this can be defined as the amount of energy needed to change 1 kg mass of a liquid to gas. So specific latent heat of vaporization can be defined as the amount of energy needed to change 1 kg mass of a liquid to gas. This is changing from the solid, the liquid water to gas. If it's water that we're using, that is. Because the liquid can be any substance, okay? However, I know in your exam, CXC like to stick with water. I guess for further studies, they'll play along with other substances, but not that they won't give you other form of liquid differently from water. So you have to be very careful, students, because I've seen where CXC have used other form of a liquid other than water. So be very careful. Moving on. Now, I'm going to go on now to the last one, the specific latent heat of fusion of ice. So erasing latent heat to specific latent heat of fusion of ice. Symbol L subscript F. Colon, so I'm writing the definition now. Again, students, don't get into the habit of trying to remember the definition of what I write on the board or the text that you read or what your teacher tell you. All you have to do, students, is just try to understand the nature of what we're doing. And in that way, students, whenever you're writing a definition, you always can come about with your own definition. You get that? That's how you don't need to swat it and to paraphrase exactly how I write it. You can meet up in trouble, so be careful. Now, moving on. Specific latent heat of fusion of ice. This is the amount of heated energy needed to change 1 kg mass of a solid to liquid. And by the way, students, remember, in regards to latent heat, whether it's specific latent heat of fusion of ice or specific latent heat of vaporization, that the temperature will be constant. Remember that, students, very, very important. Now, if the examiner should use any other substance other than water, the examiner would tend to give you what is the melting point or what is the boiling point of those substances. However, the substance that is commonly used for you to apply your knowledge with regards to heated energy is water. And because of that, students, CSEC is expecting you to have some knowledge of what is considered to be the melting point of water and what is considered to be the boiling point of water. So these things are very important concept for you to have in order to understand the calculation going forward, because we're going to go through some calculation now where it's not so much the theoretical part of it is a problem for many of you. Many of you are woefully shortfall on your calculation part. You're okay with your knowledge and everything. Most of you have perfect knowledge. But when it comes on to your manipulation skills, showing the algorithm of how you calculate, you're having a warm time. So students, listen up now going forward. I'm going to give you the optics of what you need to know regarding your calculation. I'm going to give you the process of how you go about calculating with regards to specific heat capacity. I want you to pay close attention. Moving on. Now, with regards to water, and students, why I'm focusing on water, because most of the questions regarding this topic is surrounded by the substance water. One or two times, the examiner may go ahead to give you other forms of substance, and in that case, they will normally demonstrate the melting point and the boiling point of those substances. So here we talk about melting point of water. I was about to write H2O, but I said, not everybody will do physics or chemistry, so I don't want to take it for granted. All right, melting point of water is 0 degrees Celsius. Now, hold that thought there, students. Now, students, whenever you're dealing with a change of phase, let us say fusion of ice. Because, again, from ice, which is a solid, to liquid. Everybody get that? Good. From ice to liquid. Ice is a solid, and water would be the liquid. Because remember, based on your syllabus, is highly surrounded by water. Now, the examiner not going to get into the habit to tell you that the melting point is 0 degrees Celsius. All right? And why should they when it's demonstrated within the syllabus? All right? Now, moving on, students. Now, when you're doing the calculation for change of phase, one, you must remember that the temperature remains constant until the whole substance is into another phase. You get that? That's when the temperature either continue to rise or continue to fall. You have to remember that, students, in regards to your calculation. So I'm actually trying to clear up all the optics that have to do with the calculation, students, so you must pay attention. Now, so what this is saying, students, so here is a block of ice, ice cube. Now, it will then go to the water, which is the liquid. Now, ice, as it have a standard temperature of 0 degrees Celsius. You get that? Now, what we're saying is that when you're converting ice to water, no matter what, the temperature going to remain at 0 degrees Celsius until all the ice, not some, all the ice is now into water. Then and only then the temperature now begin to rise after all the substance ice has been converted to water. So if we have a little piece of ice that left back from this big cube here in the puddle of water right here, you may ask again, but sir, the temperature would change then. No. There is a piece of ice leave back here. So this whole water, body of water, along with the ice that is here, it still remain at 0 degrees Celsius. It doesn't change. Again, students, you hear me say, it only change when the whole body of ice is converted to water. And then and only then the temperature now then start to rise. All right? Moving on, and I'm doing this, students, because I know the calculation is coming. Next thing, let us go to boiling point. Boiling point of water is 100 degrees Celsius. All right, so going forward, nobody not supposed to ask what is the boiling point of water, what is the melting point of water. Now, here we have the liquid, the water, which is the liquid. Converted to the gas, vapor. All right. Now, remember, students, water at boiling point is 100 degrees Celsius. Now, when you're calculating the energy needed to change the liquid, which is the boiling water, to gas, which is the vapor, again, until all the liquid has been converted to vapor, then and only then the temperature starts to change. However, it will continue to change. It will continue to be constant at 100 degrees Celsius during the change of phase. And hence, students, when you're doing change of phase, the temperature does not matter in the calculation. That's why the formula for LF or LV is EH over mass. You don't see me have no change in temperature. It's EH over the mass of the substance. All right? Very, very important now, students. So now, I'm now going to move now to some CXC past paper question regarding calculation. All right? Now, let me move on. Let me move on, students. Now, careful note for your calculation. All right, so this have to do, again, students, what you must understand regarding calculation involving heated energy, whether heated energy need to raise the temperature of a substance or heated energy needed to change the phase of a substance. All right? Remember, to raise the temperature of a substance, little c, big C. So specific heat capacity, heat capacity. The mass of the body matters, the mass does not matter. Or change of phase, latent heat of fusion of ice, latent heat of vaporization. All right? Now, again, for both of these, the temperature change does not matter on the basis that the temperature remains constant throughout the change of phase. And you have to understand that, student. All right, not for heat capacity and specific heat capacity, but for specific latent heat of fusion of ice, specific latent heat of vaporization. The temperature does not matter, the mass does. All right, moving on. I'm just going to put, because I'm going through my calculation, I want to put this up here for you, that you can clearly see where I'm coming from with regards to my calculation. All right, moving on. So it's there on the board, students, so when I'm doing my calculation, you will see how I work. Now, when they're asking you, students, because this is all about you deducing the amount of heated energy that is needed. Remember, energy is measured in joules, by the way, students. Energy is measured in joules. Now, for the most part, student, take into consideration this. First thing, they're going to ask you, step one, they're going to ask you energy needed to change the ice to the water, which is the liquid. So this has to do with change of phase, you get that? Which is latent heat of fusion of ice. Good? Step two, here we have the liquid water. So here we talk about raising the temperature of the water that was just melted, which was 0 degrees Celsius, to boiling, which is 100 degrees Celsius. So they're asking you for the energy needed to raise the temperature of the water from 0 degrees Celsius to 100 degrees Celsius. And again, student, in regards to this, what is used to deduce this is the specific heat capacity. All right, very important to the students. All right, then the third one, step three. All right, I hope you're getting along with this one. Now, from the boiling water, which I have here, boiling water at 100 degrees Celsius to steam or vapor or gas, you get that? You know, gas, vapor would have been more like fainted lines, you get that? So this is steam at 100 degrees Celsius. So this would have been gas, also known as vapor, or the examiner will use steam. Now, with disregard, students, with disregard, what we use for this one now would have been the latent heat of vaporization. Now, you might come up with the question, so what the big C for, sir? Why we go through all of that with big C, which is heat capacity, but you actually show us the basis of the calculation of the amount of energy needed, but you don't really have the big C. The big C is only used if the mass of the substance is not taken into consideration right here. You get that? If the mass of the substance, so then let me just put the big C here. Right there. So therefore, if the mass of the substance is not taken into consideration, that's when the big C comes into play. Otherwise, what is of most common to you regarding the exam, what is of most common to you would be the specific heat capacity in raising the temperature from one initial temperature to another. The other thing you must understand, students, the other thing that you must understand is not all the time the examiner going to ask you about raising the temperature of water from 0 degrees to 100 degrees Celsius. No, them simply could have asked you what is the heated energy needed to raise the temperature of the water from an initial temperature other than 0, so for instance 33 degrees to 67 degrees. So you don't even reach boiling point. However, that is where specific heat capacity and heat capacity comes in alone. So again, students, watch the optics regarding the calculation. So this would be a graphical representation to tell you, show you the algorithm in how the examiner may ask you. Now, students, in the earlier time of the exam, yes, the examiner would just simply ask you, okay, what is the total amount of energy needed to melt a 8 kg block of ice to water, then bring it to boil, then vaporize it, which is the three step. Now, however, what the examiner is doing for you now is to break them up for you in parts. So they would have said, boy, step 1, what we do for the change of temperature. Step 2, what we do to raise the temperature from 0 degrees to 100 degrees Celsius. And step 3, what we do from taking the boiling water to steam. So whatever energy that you get at step 1, because step 3 now going to ask you what is the total energy. Whatever energy you get at step 1, plus whatever energy you get at step 2, plus whatever energy that you get at step 3, you add them up together to get your total energy needed to bring the 8 kg block of ice to steam. Now, so here I'm going through some examples, all right? Now, moving on. So let me show you the actual calculation, student, because this is what you really want to see, how the teacher is able to bring you through in understanding the calculation with regards to heated energy. And by extension, specific heat capacity, and the latent heat. Now, for the most part, students, the examiner will ask you, like for this question, the examiner will say, part A1, they ask you to define the term specific latent heat of vaporization. Earlier we had actually demonstrate the definition, because for most part that's how the examiner normally asks you. Then you say to the examiner, specifically for 2 marks, specific latent heat of vaporization is defined as the amount of energy needed to change the doing vaporization, to change the liquid to gas, all right? To change the phase. 1 kg mass of liquid to gas. Then the examiner here, they ask you to identify the 3 processes that require specific latent heat. They ask you 3 processes that require specific latent heat. 1, melting. Because again, students, remember you have to find, because melting deals with from the ice, solid, to the liquid. The other process is to latent heat, is from the boiling to gas, all right? Because it's a 3 process that requires. And also, we can talk about, so boiling, melting, and there's another one, student, which it is have to do with vaporizing just the same. It has to do with change of phase just the same, but it's done in a different pattern, differently from boiling. And that would be evaporation. All right? So I didn't want to get involved with evaporation, but the question right here that tell me that in many cases, students, you have to give the difference, the contrast difference between evaporation and boiling. They have similarities, yes, but they also have contrast differences. Number 1, evaporation takes place on the surface of the liquid. Boiling takes place throughout the liquid. Not on the surface, but throughout the whole liquid. 2, another contrast is that evaporation takes place at any temperature of the liquid. However, boiling takes place at the boiling point of the liquid. In the case of a water, boiling takes place at 100 degrees Celsius. All right? Another thing that you can talk about with regards to evaporation and boiling is that boiling, students, while boiling, you talk about reaching the boiling point, then talk about turning into steam, and they deal with the change of phase on that basis. Now, the evaporation, student, it does not, boiling not have to take place for it to start change of phase. No. Boiling don't need to take place for evaporate. So you don't need the substance to go to 100 degrees for it to start change of phase in case of a water. In fact, evaporation can take place even in a freezer, if you ask me. You understand me? Even a freezer. I don't know if you ever go into one of those big industrial fridges, like, at supermarket and those places where store high volume of stuff like meat and cutlery and all of those stuff. I mean, a liquid spill in there, and in no time it dry up. You understand me? Again, and like you can see, like ice upon freeze, no, you don't see none at all. It's gone. Again, that is evaporation. You see how under extreme situation, evaporation still take place in a freezer. All right? Good. Now, but the meat of the matter is right here. Part B. An electric kettle is rated at 1500 watt. All right? Now, well, although we have not done electricity, but you would have known that the rate in regards to watt has to do with power. All right? Now, again, students, how this drop in? We're just talking about a source of heat energy. You get that? Remember we have electric stove as against gas stove. The gas stove, we see the raw flame. The electric stove, what we see is heating coil. You get that? How that comes about, it has to do with some form of electricity flowing right there. You get that? Good. And that's how you have electricity coming into this. So the power is 1,500 watt. Because power is measured in watt. It takes 98 seconds to bring water originally at 30 degrees to 100 degrees Celsius. So it takes 98 seconds to move from 30 degrees to 100 degrees Celsius. Again, students, one would just imagine that this would have been specific heat capacity to change the water from 30 degrees to 100 degrees Celsius. Very, very important, all right? Then now, the exam asks you part 1. Describe the energy change that takes place in the kettle. Now, the energy change that takes place in the kettle, remember it's an electric kettle. So again, the energy change going to be what? From electrical energy to heat energy. You get that? So you risk 1 mark, electrical energy. To heat energy. Then the next question the examiner asks you, part 2, how much energy is supplied by the kettle in the time given? Again, from the mechanics syllabus, which would have been the earlier syllabus, you would have known the formula of calculating power with respect to time. Power is equal to energy over time. Now, students, from the looks of it, students, you can deduce that power is really the rate in which energy change from one form to a next. That's just what power is, all right? And it's measured in watt, all right? Now, the examiner asks you how much energy is supplied by the kettle in the given time. Now, remember now, students, you would have known what the power is already. You would also know what the time is. Now, the next thing is that you need to calculate the energy. Now, students, when you're doing any form of calculation, it's very important. You get marks for this, students. You demonstrate the formula that you use in the calculation. If it is that you must manipulate the formula, that is transpose it, we're transposing it for energy. Energy time 1 is still energy. And power times time is power multiplied by time. So therefore, because we're looking for energy, that's why we transpose for energy. So we know what the power is already, which the power is 1,500 watt times the time that you use to bring the water to boil from 30 to 100 degrees Celsius is 98 seconds. Now, you then multiply what is 1,500 times 98, all right? Now, I should have a calculator with me to expedite the situation, but let me see if I can get the answer for you in a record time nonetheless, all right? So 1,500 multiplied by 98. 1,005 multiplied by 98, and what will that be? And that will be, student, 147,000. Are we correct? There we go. 147,000 joules. Remember that energy is measured in joules. You get that, students? So therefore, the answer is 147,000 joules. So answering the question, they ask you how much energy is supplied by the kettle in the given time. Within the 98-second time, students, to raise the temperature of the water from 30 degrees Celsius to 100 degrees Celsius, you would need 147,000 joules of heated energy. Make sure you have that one, students. Moving on. Then, the other question, part 3. The examiner then asks you now to calculate the specific heat capacity of the water. Now, students, here's this. Here's this where you're going to know. Standardized, the specific heat capacity of water is 4,200 joules per kg per Kelvin or per degree Celsius. All right, so that means already I'm going to tell you what the answer is because that should have been the answer. So because the examiner asks you for the specific heat capacity of the water, so you have little c equal to EH over mass times change in temperature. Now, students, notice students, once I'm doing any form of calculation, I display to the examiner my knowledge of the formula. 2, if it is that you need to manipulate the formula, that is to rearrange it or change it up to find a value. In this case, I don't need to because I'm looking for the specific heat capacity. All right? So now, I'm going to now say, we already know the heated energy that was derived from part 2. 147,000 joules. 147,000 joules over the mass of the water, all right, times, in this case, by the way, there's a calculate the specific latent heat, the specific heat capacity of the water. We don't, over the mass of the water times the change in temperature. By the way, students, you're changing the temperature from 30 degrees to 100 degrees. Now, you demonstrate the change in temperature, delta T. What's the difference between 30 degrees Celsius and 100 degrees Celsius? That's 70 degrees Celsius. All right? Now, the mass in this regard, give me a minute. Now, students, I'd like you to help me out with this one. 4,200 times 70, quickly. Let me see how we can do this one. Is it 29,400? Now, after that, students, after that, so you have 29,400. So we're going to say 147,000 divide by 29,400. No, 294,000, sorry. That cancel that. Now, what would be 147 divided by 294? All right. What we have? Oh, that seems like it's a half. Good. All right. Moving on. So we are going to calculate the specific heat capacity where we know what the heated energy is, which is 147,000 joules over the mass of the substance, which is 0.5 kg, times the change in temperature, which we have deduced 70 degrees Celsius. And when we do the calculation here, when we should multiply all of this here, students, we get 4,002. When we do all the calculation, we multiply this times this, and then divide it into this. Let me do it in stage here. C is equal to 147,000 joules divided by 35 degrees degrees Celsius. What we get now, students, is 4,200 joules per kg per Kelvin or per degree Celsius, and that would be your specific heat capacity of the water. However, students, again, the common way of calculating specific heat capacity is the steps that I've given you earlier. Once you follow those steps, you are in good standing, all right? And that's it for today. Have a good day.
Can help. The local service charges 3,960 Jamaican dollars. Apply using our new service portal, OEC Online. With OEC Online, you can pay for our services from anywhere, right at your fingertips. Locate us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5, or 18 Queens Drive, Montego Bay, or call 876-618-3721, or visit our website at overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC, your trusted partner for certificate services. Exceptional customer service is key in today's competitive world. Whether you're an educational institution or a small to medium-sized business, the OEC Customer Service Support Center has you covered. From tailored contact center services to advanced WebEx technology, our dedicated team ensures your brand shines. Elevate your customer experience with the OEC. Visit us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5. Call 876-618-3721 or email help@overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC Customer Support Center, your partner in growth. Need to replace or amend your exam certificate? The Overseas Examinations Commission can help. The local service charges 3,960 Jamaican dollars. Apply using our new service portal, OEC Online. With OEC Online, you can pay for our services from anywhere, right at your fingertips. Locate us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5, or 18 Queens Drive, Montego Bay, or call 876-618-3721, or visit our website at overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC, your trusted partner for certificate services. Exceptional customer service is key in today's competitive world. Whether you're an educational institution or a small to medium-sized business, the OEC Customer Service Support Center has you covered. From tailored contact center services to advanced WebEx technology, our dedicated team ensures your brand shines. Elevate your customer experience with the OEC. Visit us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5. Call 876-618-3721 or email help@overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC Customer Support Center, your partner in growth. Need to replace or amend your exam certificate? The Overseas Examinations Commission can help. The local service charges 3,960 Jamaican dollars. Apply using our new service portal, OEC Online. With OEC Online, you can pay for our services from anywhere, right at your fingertips. Locate us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5, or 18 Queens Drive, Montego Bay, or call 876-618-3721, or visit our website at overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC, your trusted partner for certificate services. Exceptional customer service is key in today's competitive world. Whether you're an educational institution or a small to medium-sized business, the OEC Customer Service Support Center has you covered. From tailored contact center services to advanced WebEx technology, our dedicated team ensures your brand shines. Elevate your customer experience with the OEC. Visit us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5. Call 876-618-3721 or email help@overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC Customer Support Center, your partner in growth. Need to replace or amend your exam certificate? The Overseas Examinations Commission can help. The local service charges $3,960 Jamaican dollars. Apply using our new service portal, OEC Online. With OEC Online, you can pay for our services from anywhere, right at your fingertips. Locate us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5, or 18 Queens Drive, Montego Bay, or call 876-618-3721, or visit our website at overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC, your trusted partner for certificate services. Exceptional customer service is key in today's competitive world. Whether you're an educational institution or a small to medium-sized business, the OEC Customer Service Support Center has you covered. From tailored contact center services to advanced WebEx technology, our dedicated team ensures your brand shines. Elevate your customer experience with the OEC. Visit us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5. Call 876-618-3721 or email help@overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC Customer Support Center, your partner in growth. Need to replace or amend your exam certificate? The Overseas Examinations Commission can help. The local service charges $3,960 Jamaican dollars. Apply using our new service portal, OEC Online. With OEC Online, you can pay for our services from anywhere, right at your fingertips. Locate us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5, or 18 Queens Drive, Montego Bay, or call 876-618-3721, or visit our website at overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC, your trusted partner for certificate services. Exceptional customer service is key in today's competitive world. Whether you're an educational institution or a small to medium-sized business, the OEC Customer Service Support Center has you covered. From tailored contact center services to advanced WebEx technology, our dedicated team ensures your brand shines. Elevate your customer experience with the OEC. Visit us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5. Call 876-618-3721 or email help@overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC Customer Support Center, your partner in growth. Need to replace or amend your exam certificate? The Overseas Examinations Commission can help. The local service charges $3,960 Jamaican dollars. Apply using our new service portal, OEC Online. With OEC Online, you can pay for our services from anywhere, right at your fingertips. Locate us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5, or 18 Queens Drive, Montego Bay, or call 876-618-3721, or visit our website at overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC, your trusted partner for certificate services. Exceptional customer service is key in today's competitive world. Whether you're an educational institution or a small to medium-sized business, the OEC Customer Service Support Center has you covered. From tailored contact center services to advanced WebEx technology, our dedicated team ensures your brand shines. Elevate your customer experience with the OEC. Visit us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5. Call 876-618-3721 or email help@overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC Customer Support Center, your partner in growth. Need to replace or amend your exam certificate? The Overseas Examinations Commission can help. The local service charges $3,960 Jamaican dollars. Apply using our new service portal, OEC Online. With OEC Online, you can pay for our services from anywhere, right at your fingertips. Locate us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5, or 18 Queens Drive, Montego Bay, or call 876-618-3721, or visit our website at overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC, your trusted partner for certificate services. Exceptional customer service is key in today's competitive world. Whether you're an educational institution or a small to medium-sized business, the OEC Customer Service Support Center has you covered. From tailored contact center services to advanced WebEx technology, our dedicated team ensures your brand shines. Elevate your customer experience with the OEC. Visit us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5. Call 876-618-3721 or email help@overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC Customer Support Center, your partner in growth. Need to replace or amend your exam certificate? The Overseas Examinations Commission can help. The local service charges $3,960 Jamaican dollars. Apply using our new service portal, OEC Online. With OEC Online, you can pay for our services from anywhere, right at your fingertips. Locate us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5, or 18 Queens Drive, Montego Bay, or call 876-618-3721, or visit our website at overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC, your trusted partner for certificate services. Exceptional customer service is key in today's competitive world. Whether you're an educational institution or a small to medium-sized business, the OEC Customer Service Support Center has you covered. From tailored contact center services to advanced WebEx technology, our dedicated team ensures your brand shines. Elevate your customer experience with the OEC. Visit us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5. Call 876-618-3721 or email help@overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC Customer Support Center, your partner in growth. Need to replace or amend your exam certificate? The Overseas Examinations Commission can help. The local service charges $3,960 Jamaican dollars. Apply using our new service portal, OEC Online. With OEC Online, you can pay for our services from anywhere, right at your fingertips. Locate us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5, or 18 Queens Drive, Montego Bay, or call 876-618-3721, or visit our website at overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC, your trusted partner for certificate services. Exceptional customer service is key in today's competitive world. Whether you're an educational institution or a small to medium-sized business, the OEC Customer Service Support Center has you covered. From tailored contact center services to advanced WebEx technology, our dedicated team ensures your brand shines. Elevate your customer experience with the OEC. Visit us at 6 Manhattan Road, Kingston 5. Call 876-618-3721 or email help@overseasexams.org.jm. The OEC